Good evening, or good afternoon, sports fans, and welcome to beautiful Wamego, Kansas, as we are live for some high school softball. Judd McCormick, Isaiah Dobbins here out in the outfield just behind the fence here, hoping to catch a fly ball.
Yeah, coming to you from left field here at the Wamego Sport Complex. So, yeah, we got our gloves ready to go here today. Wind is blowing slightly out across the field to the left. We don't know if we'll see a lot of home runs today. Could be a pitcher's duel for both games today. Rock Creek having two good young pitchers going, and, of course, the All-State, if not All-American pitcher for Wamego and Peyton Hardenberger. She'll be pitching Game 1. Before we get started on today's game, we can talk a little bit about, before this game, Wamego Red Raiders basically got started with their season on a Monday night game up at Royal Valley. They won that first game 17-0 behind Hardenberger's pitching, and then they followed up Game 2 with a 5-1 lead with Landry Adams on. I guess it's not the bump, but in the circle, so to speak, in softball. So Wamego looking to repeat as a 4A state champions so far in the season, getting off to a 2-0 start against Royal Valley. Rock Creek is sitting at 3-1, getting a much better start this year than they did last year. They went 1-1 to start their year at a game at the Washburn University softball field there in Topeka. They were playing the Nemaha Central Thunder. They went 1-1 against them. They lost that first game 2-8, but won that second game 16-1. So tail two teams right there.
Definitely.
I'm guessing maybe that first game, a little bit of first game jitters probably. And then, of course, then they played Monday night. In a nice chilly night, that game was going on as we were broadcasting the baseball game. They end up playing Hiawatha Redhawks at Rock Creek because of field conditions in Hiawatha. That was supposed to be an away game for Rock Creek. So even though they played it at the Rock, they were the visiting team. But they ended up winning both of those games. First game 11-0, the second game 14-1. Again, Brenda Zeller, sophomore pitcher, and then Aislinn Rottinghouse, freshman pitcher. So Mustangs coming out with two young pitchers. Also, Campbell Castle will be pitching for the Mustangs. She came in a relief role. So, really, the Mustangs got three good pitchers that they can kind of rely on. And I can't think of the last time the Mustangs had three good, reliable pitchers that they could kind of look to come into a game at any point in time.
Well, not only that, but being underclassmen as well, so being able to build on the program for years to come.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's talking about building a program. I was talking to Wamego's coach a little bit earlier, Luke Meyer, and it was like they graduated 9 seniors off of last year's team, and, of course, that team went undefeated, won state. You had basically an all-state shortstop that could essentially cover the entire left side of the field for you. It didn't matter where it was hit. And she's now off to Creighton. Creighton's getting off to a good start. She's doing really, really well up there. So, he's got a lot of holes to fill in, and I think they're kind of trying to find their groove right now as a team. But, luckily when you got somebody stepping in the circle like Peyton Hardenberger, it kind of makes life a little bit easier and kind of gives you a little bit more leadway there with some growing pains that you might normally have.
Right. And, we talked about it during football. We talked about it during basketball. Wamego versus Rock Creek, an ever-growing rivalry here as of late. So should be a good matchup here today. Yeah,
and this will be the last time that they meet as non-conference foes. As we know, we talked about it all through football and basketball season, but Rock Creek coming over and joining the North Central Kansas League, where Wamego has basically dominated the last few years in softball. So this could be a good league matchup for years to come. We talked about 9 seniors leaving Wamego's team. Well, of course, they're backfilling them with, a lot of underclassmen. They have a lot of freshmen as well, and Rock Creek's very young. So these really two teams probably will be the dominant teams in North Central Kansas League. Clay Center has some good teams here and there when they get a good pitcher come through every once in a while. But for the most part, I think these two teams will be really kind of the cream of the crop of that league next year and the year after that at least. You got Hardenberger for at least one more year once Rock Creek comes back over. But she's just a junior, even though most people probably wish she was a senior already. She's already committed to the Tennessee Volunteers. So she did that basically early on in the signing period where she could do that. So I had a chance to talk to her mom just a little bit ago. I'll try to catch up with her in between games as well and kind of get some insight, on kind of why Tennessee was the one that was picked. But, their shortstop went and played at Creighton. Their secondary pitcher, Maya Gallagher, I think she's playing at Holy Cross. So they have, 3 players off of last year's state team that was already committed to 4-year colleges, and that's pretty impressive.
And one thing that I can say about both these teams is consistency, making a run in the postseason and even, run at state.
Yeah, more so for the Raiders here the last couple of years, they've had a really good runs in regular season, really kind of got into the state without too much of a giant effort. But Rock Creek, last year kind of got off to a little bit of a rough start, but kind of found their groove at the right time and really did a good job at Sub-State and made themselves into the final. And, of course, unfortunately, they ran into Wamego in round one.
Right,
but
right.
4-0 game, pretty good game there for Rock Creek at State. So, again, the rivalry is kind of starting to blossom, and now that both teams are getting better, I think there was always kind of a rivalry there, but it's been kind of dominated by the Raiders the last few years. But we'll look to see if the Lady Mustangs close the gap just a little bit here this year. But again, going against probably the most excellent pitcher that you'll probably ever see in your high school career. And we're lucky here to be able to broadcast it at Backroads Broadcasting, to see a pitcher of this caliber play, in our area right next door. So, it's a treat really to have this opportunity.
Right. And, when a player of that caliber is, a small town Kansas as well, it generates a buzz, not only for people of that school, but people outside their conference and even states across.
You're absolutely right. I mean, all these players out here, even the freshman girls, even girls that may be in the dugout that don't get necessarily a chance to get out on the field and play, they're always going to have that talking point that, I played with her in high school and she was really amazing. And for Rock Creek right now, there's the same thing. I played against her in high school, and they haven't had a lot of success, but somebody on that team eventually is going to get to say, not only did I play against her, but I got a good hit off of her, I got a double off of her, maybe even a home run possibility, although Hardenberger doesn't give up a lot of runs, and I don't think she's given up a home run in her high school career. But as hard as she throws, sometimes all you got to do is get a bat on it, and it's going to travel. And with a day like today with the wind blowing, you don't know.
So we're just moments away here from first pitch.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the keys to the game for the Mustangs going up against Peyton Hardenberger and the Wamego Raiders. Routes to Victory brought to you by Backroads Broadcasting. Backroads Broadcasting bringing the action home to you. And for the Mustangs against Hardenberger, they're really going to want to shorten up that swing, get a good compact swing. They're going to have to manufacture runs today. They're not going to come in bunches, and they're going to have to play sound defense behind their pitcher, Renzeller.
And for the Red Raiders, it'll be stay grounded, execute pitches, and be aggressive early.
So as we get ready to start here with first pitch, we'll take a look at the Mustang batting order here in the top of the first inning. So leading off is going to be Zinger, followed by Killingsworth, Grady, Plummer, Jones, Rottinghouse, McComb, Purvis, and then Zeller. And then for your Wamego Raider defense, you got Hardenberger in the circle, Oberding catching. And then around the infield, you got Wagner, Schultz, McCarthy, Adams. Out in the outfield from left to right, you got Bosch, Rosano, and Ulrich. Again, kind of a young team from both teams. And here we're set, ready to go. First pitch. Fastball right over the outside edge to Zinger, the leadoff batter for the Mustangs. Slap hitting from the left-handed side. Another fastball swing and miss there by Zinger right now. And Peyton Hardenberger, when you're up basically 0-2 in the count, makes it really, really hard. Last year, the rise ball was a good out pitch for her. We'll see what she uses right here. So doesn't make very many mistakes, or you pitch outside, kind of pitched around to the edges right there. Good eye by Zinger to lay off of that. Tried to get her chase outside the zone.
Staying alive.
So good job fouling that pitch off. You know, Hardenberger probably won't be challenged a lot in 4A, but if there's going to be some hitters on some teams that will challenge her, Rock Creek, I think, will be one of those teams. as well as Rossville and Silver Lake if that's on Wamego's schedule this year. Of course, Rossville was the only team that really challenged her greatly last year. Had a chance to actually win that game. Rossville went on to win 3A state champion here in the state of Kansas. There's that rise ball. Hard to lay off of it. Looks like a fastball coming right down the middle out of the hand, and it just doesn't, the gravity just doesn't take it. It just keeps carrying it up, running right out of the zone.
It's one out on the board for the Raiders.
So Hardenberger with her first strikeout. Strikeout could have been brought to you by your company if your company sponsored strikeouts for Backroads Broadcasting. Killingsworth in the box for the Mustangs. Real good season last year. One of these senior leaders here. She's been playing for several years. Came in as a pinch hitter occasionally, even as a freshman. Always really good about putting the bat on the ball. Obviously, your number 2 hitter is usually your best hitter.
Good eye there from Killingsworth.
Yeah, tough pitch right there at the bottom end of the zone. Probably one of the hardest calls for umpires to make is those knee-high ones. Swing and a miss on the rise ball. I didn't get a chance to talk to the Wamego's coach about what kind of pitches Hardenberger throws, but I think she probably at least has a 5-pitch arsenal, if not more. Probably with a fastball, change up. I know she's got a curve, a drop ball, and that rise ball is probably one of the best rise balls I've ever seen. Again, coming back with that rise ball just high out of the zone.
Be cool if we had the technology to see a tracer on that.
Put that on the wish list.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, some kind of a pitch track. But yeah, you can see that rise ball. Gravity just doesn't take it. And it doesn't actually rise, but the way they put the spin on it, because it's got backspin, basically it just gravity never takes it, so it doesn't ever drop down. So it just stays on the same plane of motion coming out of the hand. Knee-high fastball right there. Killingsworth usually up early, clear up into the box, trying to get to that ball, take away those curves and stuff like that. But so far, Hardenberger just really dealing primarily with fastballs, moving the pitch around, and a rise ball. So 2 batters, 2 strikeouts so far for Hardenberger. Monday night, I believe she had 12 Ks. Got 2 more right here. I got so comfortable just watching the game, I actually forgot I was supposed to be keeping stats as we go.
1-0 count. Make that 1-1.
So Grady, your number 3 hitter. Good cut there. Just swung right over the top of it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hardenberger looking to strike out the side here in the first. And again, that rise ball has been a good out pitch. See right here, will probably end up somewhere by the numbers or the elbow right now for Grady if she throws it.
So 3 up, 3 down for the Lady Raiders. Halfway through 1.
Yeah, Hardenberger, 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. So far early on in the first, she was everything that we were expecting to see. So we'll see if the Mustangs can get it sorted out here. Coming out the defense, Brendan Zeller will be taking a circle here in just a moment.
Welcome back to Back Row Broadcasting's presentation of high school softball. We're halfway through one to play as Mustangs are on defense here after a 3-and-out from none other than Peyton Hardenberger.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the lineup for Wamego here, as well as the defense. So Hardenberger does it all. Lead off pitcher extraordinaire, followed by Schultz, McCarthy batting 3, Rosano 4, 5, Adams, Bosch batting 6, Oberding 7, Kohlmeyer 8, Ulrich 9. Bryn Zeller is going to be in the circle. Chloe Purvis is going to be her battery mate. And then around the infield, you got McComb at first, Killingsworth second, Smith short, Plummer third. Then the outfield left to right is going to be Grady, Zinger, and Jones.
It's the first pitch for Zeller.
Just a little bit outside.
1-0 count. He hit short. Fires over to first. Got Hardenberger out. 1 out for the Mustangs. Tuned in here early. Could be set for a defensive matchup here this evening.
Yeah, so Zeller, just a sophomore for the Mustangs. We talked about it, and most likely he'll be pitching game 2. He's going to be Aislinn Rottinghouse, just a freshman. So good young pitching on both sides. Ragers will most likely be rolling out a freshman in their second game as well. So good talent for years to come.
Hit down first base line. Nice recovery, 2 out for the Mustangs.
Yeah, good job by Killings. We were there going over to back up McComb, and the ball ended up coming right to her to get the second out. So going about getting them different styles, but just as efficient. Mustangs 2 hitters, 2 outs.
Pitch a little outside for Zeller. 1-0 count. Count.
McCarthy, your batter. Just missing with that pitch. Going to bring that 3-0. Be interesting to see right here. You don't want to throw it straight down the middle, but yet you still want to kind of get a strike. But after getting the first 2 batters out, 4 straight pitch walk for Zeller there on McCarthy. I'll bring up Rosano, the center fielder.
Hit to Zeller. Fires over to McComb. And 3 up, 3 down for the Mustangs.
Yeah, high chopping ball there. Always a little bit worried about any time the pitcher has to make a play. You're never really sure what's going to happen, but Zeller did a good job staying calm there. I know at one point in time, her freshman year, she got a ball like that in a close game and launched it over first base, and I don't think she ever lived that one down. So she's been pretty calm about those throws going to first pretty often after that. So, yeah, through the first inning, 0-0 is your score. Again, you know, we kind of talked about at the top of the game. Maybe a close game, maybe a low-scoring game.
For the Mustangs, obviously no hits allowed last at-bat. But, you know, when you get one bat going, I mean, then it kind of gets momentum like, we can hit off this, you know.
Yeah, like I said earlier, with Peyton Hardenberger, really, you got to kind of manufacture runs. I mean, what we saw early on in the first inning, you know, was a 2-strike approach. A lot of batters nowadays aren't taught a 2-strike approach. They're basically swinging as hard as they can on every single pitch. You got to know with Hardenberger that she's going to throw it in and around the zone early on, try to get high in the count, and then she's going to start peppering the edges or that rise ball. But really, you need to shorten that swing up. You're not trying to hit a home run off her. All you're wanting to do is get on base. And if you can string a couple hits together, then you have an opportunity. But like I said, Hardenberger doesn't give up home runs. She very rarely gives up multiple hits in a row. But it makes it real easy if you look at pitches in the zone and then you go chase some pitches out of the zone. But if you're not shortening up your swing and you're still trying to swing with everything you got on every pitch,
right.
It's really hard for power hitters to catch up to the rise ball that she can throw, because the amount of time your bat is in the zone at the same time that ball's coming through it, it's very minimal. So that's why it's such a good out pitch for particularly the bottom, the top half of your lineup. Hitters 1 through 5, they tend to chase that rise ball a lot more often. So speaking of power hitter, Brooklyn Plummer, third base, stepping in, taking a big hack right there. Feels like the wind's starting to die down a little bit out here for us in left field. We talked Monday night in a baseball game about the wind sometimes being a neutralizer. Well, that was a good fastball right there. Good swing by Plummer, just right over the top of it. Timing-wise is there, just trying to keep the eye and get the bat on the ball.
0-2 count for Plummer.
So I think as a coach at Rock Creek, you got to be encouraged by the fact that the timing is there, just not quite making the contact. That looked to me like a curveball that kind of looked like it was starting out. And
4th K for Hardenberger. Third of the way to her 12th K outing last time.
Yeah, to be fair, winning 17-0, she probably only got to pitch 4 innings as well, so
right.
She probably struck out all 12 batters she saw. Allie Jones, the batter, got a little piece of that. See, that's what's amazing about some of the stats that Hardenberger's put together is, a lot of those games she probably doesn't even play the whole game because of the run rules. Especially last year with the offense that Wamego had, it was just they were potent on both sides of the ball. Probably didn't look like it in their state games because they beat Rock Creek 4-0, and they won their semifinal game 1-0, and I believe they beat McPherson 1-0. But I think Hardenberger threw back-to-back no-hitters.
Yep.
Came in relief in the semifinal game with bases loaded, if I remember right, and basically struck out the side, got him out of it, and then they went on to win that game.
So, strikeout there for Jones, 2 outs on the board, just a little behind that last pitch.
Yeah, again, so they're taking their full cuts or full swings, so they don't want to change their style of hitting just for Hardenberger. I guess they don't want to mess up the swing for other batters down the line. But, generally speaking, when I was coaching my kids, they weren't necessarily power hitters, but they could spray the ball around. But I kind of tried to teach them to swing hard early in the count and then really get defensive when you're down in that count. Look maybe like a screwball. It was down and in to Aislinn Rottinghouse, going to be your designated player, which is going to be the hitter. She'll be hitting for Haley Smith, who will be playing shortstop for the Mustangs. Got her chasing that rise ball up out of the zone. You can see it now here where we're at on the monitors. And the folks watching at home, you can see how that ball comes out of the hand, and it never has any downward motion. It just stays on a straight trajectory. And her hand's really underneath that ball, spinning that ball. So spin's going from bottom to top. It's amazing how much spin you can get on a softball when you're only 43 feet away from the batter. On a flat plane, unlike baseball, you're 66 feet away, you're up on a bump, so. Good swing, stay alive there by Rottinghouse, fouling that one off.
1-2 count for Rottinghouse, 2 outs on the board.
Obviously, Rottinghouse is a power hitter, but still, even at that point in time, kind of like to see a choke up just a little bit, shorten that swing up just a little bit. Going to take a full cut right here. It's probably going to be a rise ball. It's going to be about elbow high. So even when you know it's coming, sometimes it's hard to handle.
Yeah.
But yeah, that rise ball has been a great out pitch for for Hardenberger for last couple years. She used it a lot against the Mustangs last year. But again, it's easy to sit out here and talk about it versus being in the box, and that ball's coming so quick. And again, you're only 43 feet away. And you think the ball's coming right down the pike, and it just goes right up over the bat.
Up over.
So through 2, 6 up, 6 down for the Mustangs, all 6 strikeouts. However, I will say some positive things. Timing. See some of the swings are timed up with her, just not quite making contact. Have fouled off a few. I can say that's different than what the Mustangs did last year. Mustangs had a hard time even making contact with Hardenberger last year. But the big thing is Hardenberger only needs 1 or 2 runs, so it's really critical the Mustangs keep playing defense behind Zeller. Zeller keeps throwing the ball. You want to throw strikes, but you want to be kind of cautious around the edges with those. Don't want to leave anything too fat right down the middle, because even though the offense probably isn't quite as potent for the Raiders as it was last year, it's still pretty good. So leading off for the Raiders here in the bottom of the second, it's going to be number 33, Adams, the third base. It's a hitter right here. Even though she's a freshman, you don't want to leave a mistake over the middle of the plate. She'll make you pay for it.
High fly ball to McComb at first. It's there to make the play. 1 out for the Mustangs.
So, yeah, she just missed squaring that up underneath it just a little bit. Luckily, the wind didn't seem to play too much of a factor. McCombs did a really good job reading that ball. Was parked under it perfectly from the get-go. Up to bat now for the Raiders going to be left fielder, number 1, Bosch.
That one just under the 0-1 count. Bunt goes foul. 0-2 count now.
Really good look right there from center field. See the pitcher and both batter boxes. Nice pitch there by Zeller.
2 down for the Mustangs.
Hard for me from here to pick up whether that was a designed drop ball or a curve ball. It's kind of moving out away from the batter as well as dropping. Zeller, a prototypical pitcher there. Just tall, long limbs, can really generate a lot of speed on that ball. You see that ball right there. I think that was a designed drop ball. That thing was coming out low, but man, did you see how it just dropped right into the dirt. So
both pitching, both good pitching for both teams.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to see different from Zeller, I mean, she could throw the ball. She could throw the ball last year as a freshman. Probably has a little bit better mix of pitches this year. The only concern I have with her is just how long that ball is exposed in her hand. She pulls it out of her glove early. So, some teams
on base single. First hit of the game. Still 2 outs on the board.
Yeah, some teams at some levels, they'll be able to pick up the grip that she has on that and can sometimes read that. Some batters will be able to see what that is. That pitch is coming out. Looks like we're going to have a courtesy runner coming out for Oberding, the catcher. I have to get out my binoculars so I can see.
That'll be 30 Addie Couchman, excuse me.
Good thing Isaiah's got young eyes, can see from here. It's embarrassing to say I have to get out my binoculars to read a number at first base from roughly around 200 feet away. Good first pitch there on Kohlmeyer, the batter. Kohlmeyer will be the designated player. It's going to be hitting for first baseman Wagner. Wagner will be your flex player. And she offered. It'll be strike 2. As the scoreboard here locally goes down, Isaiah is completely dependent upon me, giving him information now. Try to work like the well-oiled machine that we are not.
Couchman steals second. The 1-2 count.
Yeah, she got such a good jump there. Purvis didn't really have a chance. Just went ahead and hauled it. Wouldn't call it defensive indifference. I think they really wanted to make a play, but good jump by Couchman.
2-2 count now.
So you're up 0-2 right now. Zeller, definitely what you don't want to do is lose to this batter. Want to make sure you hit an edge right here. It's a good pitch by Zeller right on the outside corner. Good job by Kohlmeyer fighting it off as well, but I don't think you change your execution right now if you're Zeller. I think you keep doing what you're doing. Just relax and throw. Nice pitch right there.
It's the Mustangs out of the inning. Raiders advance to runner to second. We had our first hit of the contest here, second inning. Always head to the top of the third.
Yeah, so kind of what we were talking about at the beginning of the game. You know, we think it's going to be probably a pretty close game. It's going to be a low-scoring game, but I think you got to be encouraged if you're the Mustangs right now. You know, you made it through 2 innings. You've seen 8 batters. You haven't given up any kind of a runs yet. Knowing, you know, kind of, it's got to be in the back of some of their heads, the players that played against Wamego last year, and they just got off to a really quick early start. Even against Maya Gallagher last year, made it come back a little bit, and in the second game against Maya Gallagher, and then they brought in Hardenberger to basically shut them down. But, you know, now's the time I think you really got to think about, especially at the bottom half of your order, maybe not swinging for everything you got on every single pitch, but, you know, just trying to get on base, trying to put a little bit of a dent in the mystique that is Peyton Hardenberger and her pitching. You know, you got to appreciate the player you're playing against, but at the same time, you can't be scared to play against her.
Definitely.
You know, and credit to Hardenberger as well. She comes out every game, and I don't think she expects anybody to just roll over for her because of the stats she has. She comes out firing, and she works a count and works pitches as well as anybody. But, you know, I think right now for the Mustangs, you got to be a little bit encouraged. You're seeing the ball. You're just missing it. You're fouling off here or there, but, you know, she hasn't blown a lot of pitches by anybody, but she is getting them to chase that rise ball, but the timing's there. So, again, I think, you know, maybe some of them, maybe they don't need to shorten up the swing a little bit, but, you know, maybe scoot back in the box just a little bit more. Gives you just a little bit more time to see that ball to put the bat on it. But a lot of players don't like moving around in the box much anymore. They get comfortable in a spot. Like I said, Killingsworth is she's almost out of the box. Her front foot is usually on the front chalk line. Yeah,
yep.
You know, a lot of times Zinger is a slap hitter, so she kind of stays in the same spot she is. So she goes to slap. She doesn't accidentally step out of the box. So a lot of these hitters get really comfortable in one spot, you know, and I know that was different for me playing baseball. As I moved around in the box a lot, I didn't try to change my swing much, but just maybe scoot up in a box to a slower pitcher, scoot back in a box for a faster pitcher, so forth, so on.
McComb leading off for the Mustangs. Swing and miss, strike 1.
And I think this is a prime example of just how good the Mustang bats can be. McComb batting 7th right now in this order. She was pretty much power cleanup hitter, a 3-4 hitter most of last year. And is one, if she does make contact with Hardenberger, that ball can go a long, long ways between the speed that Hardenberger throws and the power that McComb has.
0-2 count now for McComb. Top of the third here.
And again, right here, we're zoomed out a little bit. Probably need to switch cameras. There we go. But again, look for that elbow high rise ball right here on McComb. It's going to be hard for her to catch up with it.
That one just a little inside. 1-2 count for McComb. Even the movement on that one too, just dropping right inside.
Yeah, and
the last second.
And I almost wonder, the catcher for the Raiders, Oberding, was set up differently, so it's almost like there was a slight miscommunication. But she put that glove up there for a rise, and really that one didn't rise as much as others. That was right through the heart of the zone. McComb just missing it, and another swing and miss for Hardenberger.
So 1 out, top of the third here for the Raiders. 0-0 your score.
Coming up to bat for the Mustangs, going to be number 13, the catcher, Chloe Purvis. Looking to just find some open real estate somewhere, put the ball out in play.
Hard swing there from Purvis. Strike one.
Yeah, the Mustangs, the way they're swinging, I'm impressed. They're not scared of Hardenberger. They're trying to go after it. Hardenberger's aware of it. She's still finding holes in the bat, so to speak. But Mustangs stick it in there, trying to put a ball in play, and if they get a hold of one, it's going to be good contact.
0-2 count now for Purvis.
Kind of froze them there with that changeup. It's still a fast pitch, but nothing compared to the normal fast pitch that Hardenberger can throw.
And that'll be strike three, 2 outs for the Raiders.
Yeah, sometimes really hard to pick up that ball coming out of Hardenberger's hand. And when she's got 5 or 6 pitches, sometimes you're guessing on a pitch like there, maybe guessing for a rise ball, and then it doesn't look like it's going to rise, so you lay off of it, and it ends up coming back in, working over the inside of the plate. But if you look at the difference in the pitching styles between Zeller and Hardenberger, we talked about Zeller having the ball out to her side, open a lot longer. Hardenberger kind of keeps it disguised. Like, we can't even see the ball until she's coming back because she's keeping her hand over it even when it comes out of her glove. So basically her motion starts right from her glove, right at her hip as she's coming up and around. So there's just a little less time to see that ball, don't track it all the way. So you're kind of looking at the hip most of the time.
It's 0-2 count for Zeller. And that'll take us to the bottom of the third. Still no hits from the Mustangs.
Yeah, 9 batters, 9 strikeouts, kind of what we expected to see a little bit. I think first time through the order, not terribly surprising. Hopefully what you think is the Mustangs' second time through the order now. You've seen her once. Kind of the mystique of it is gone. If you're the lead off number 2, 3 hitter, if you're Zinger, Killingsworth, basically what you probably been doing, or Grady's sitting over there in that dugout at the bats, watching all those pitches. Now you've seen about 30 pitches from her. Got a better idea. Now really you're just trying to put the bat on the ball again. So I think that's probably one of the more impressive things about the dominance and fast pitch is going through the lineup a second, a third, and sometimes even a 4th time and still being just as hard to hit as that first time through. Probably a little bit more so in fast pitch than what you'd see in baseball. Pitchers don't tire as early or as quick. So, a lot of times for baseball pitcher, by the time you go through the order a second time, getting through it a third time is pretty difficult sometimes. But, don't quite have that luxury in fast pitch. That style of throwing, pitchers just don't get tired. Hardenberger could probably throw every inning of every game if she really needed to. But luckily, Wamego doesn't need her to do that, can keep her fresh throughout the entire year.
Bottom of the third. Mustangs on defense. Only one hit so far for both teams.
Mustangs haven't had a hit.
Nice pitch there from Zeller.
Hey, your batter's going to be number 26, right fielder, Ulrich.
One count now. Ulrich. Two count. No outs on the board. Bottom of the third. Ulrich staying alive. Be foul down first base line. That's it deep into center field. Tingenzinger there to make the play for the Mustangs. One out on the board. I think our camera operator over there, Cody Lyman, is sweating bullets a little bit.
I think it forced him to wake up a little bit. He looked like he was getting bored and tired over there, but
someone's got to keep him on his toes.
It's like, ooh, I heard a hit. It's coming my way. Back to the top of the lineup for the Raiders. Hardenberger leading off.
1-0 count. Zeller evens it up at 1-1. Be ripped down first base line, and Hardenberger to save it first with a single.
Yeah, just out of the reach of Killingsworth over there. Looks like number 32 is going to be your courtesy runner. Morgan Evans. Got to assume as a courtesy runner. As a freshman, probably straight wheels over there right now.
That'll be a bunt. Fielded by Zeller, loses the handle. And she's safe at first. 2 runners on base for the Raiders. 1 out on the board.
Yeah, so we talked about manufacturing runs and runners on base right there. That's exactly what Wamego did. Put down a bunt, try to force Zeller to make a play. Might be something the Mustangs have to consider doing against Hardenberger. I don't think there's been a bunt attempt against her yet.
Nice pitch there from Zeller.
Got Evans at second, Schultz at first base, McCarthy your batter for the Raiders.
Second pitch foul. 0-2 count here.
You know, one nice thing about our setup this year, having headsets instead of just a microphone in front of us, we don't have to worry about our ears getting sunburned as we're sitting out here.
That's true. That's true.
Left field.
Staying alive.
Much different weather conditions tonight versus Monday night. If you listened in on Monday night, you probably couldn't tell by the way the players were dressed, but it was cold.
A little bit. Did chill down there. About start of the second game, really, for the boys.
Hard hit right back up the middle. That's going to score one.
So Raiders strike first here at the bottom of the third. And they now lead 1-0 over the Mustangs. One out on the board.
RBI by McCarthy. Could be the only run that Hardenberger needs, but right now the Mustangs need to focus on defense. Try to get out of this inning, only giving up the one run. Got another threat with Schultz at third base. One out. Going to be defensive indifference as McCarthy moves over to second base. Rosano, you batter.
That'll go foul. 1-2 count now.
So we talked about the Mustangs trying to time up Hardenberger. We're seeing a little bit of that right now. The Raiders starting to time up Zeller just a little bit. Probably need to mix in some pitches that are a little off speed, maybe some breaking balls here or there to keep him from sitting on a fastball. That is a good hard hit. That's going to be out.
So 2-run homer as the Raiders will extend the lead to 3-0 here bottom of the third. Be a homer for number 35 of the Raiders. That'll be Arabelle Rosano.
Yeah, and that was kind of a no-doubter off the bat. 200-foot fences, temporary fences here at Wamego. That one probably went about, I'll say 215 feet, just to the left of our camera operator. I'll just say ordinaire. So 3-run shot there by Rosano, giving the Raiders a 4-0 lead.
So as you guys can see, 4-0 lead for the Raiders. Shout out to Cody getting the scoreboard up there. This scoreboard could be sponsored by you. Ad packages available.
Contact Backroad Broadcasting at sales@brbc.live. See those two handy little spots there, Backroads Broadcasting left and right. That home run could also be sponsored by your, well, let's say, travel company. Say, how far did that home run travel? 210 feet. Find out how far you could travel. Contact your travel company now. Good comeback pitch by Zeller.
Oh, 2 count.
Yeah, so there's some of that off speed and kind of there's a nice drop ball there. Probably would have liked to have seen that a couple pitches ago.
Batter staying alive.
It's one thing to be able to throw hard, but yeah, you really got to be able to mix pitches up. Looks like we have a foul ball from the baseball field out on the field. But yeah, timing is probably a bigger thing in fast pitch than breaking pitches.
Be hammered to Killingsworth. 2 outs on the board for the Mustangs. Bottom of the third.
You know, high school level here, if you can throw a mid-50s, high 50s fastball, some pitchers probably throw low 60s, mid-60s even. People, you know, that are getting looked at by four-year colleges. But if you can throw another pitch that's 10 miles an hour off of that, it's such a big difference from 43 feet. It really gets a batter out on their front foot. You know, some of that's, again, it's experience. We have a young pitcher here. Zeller is just a sophomore. From what I understand, you know, softball's not even necessarily the first sport. I think there was really some doubt whether or not she was going to play softball last year as a freshman. Really was going to focus on volleyball, but decided to give softball a chance, ended up really liking it. So, you know, probably some of the nuances of the game is still really learning that at this age. So But yeah, I think that would, for the size of pitcher she is, with the length that she has, a fastball is going to be easy to come by. That drop ball is going to look really good, and if she can mix in a change, that by junior, senior year, she could be a really devastating pitcher and an excellent one for the Mustangs.
Definitely, and we saw it in the boys matchup against Nemaha and in Junction. A lot of the pitchers for the Mustangs dealing out that changeup to really catch batters off guard.
Yeah, and they kind of had to force themselves to do that. I mean, it was so cold, they probably couldn't get a grip on the ball, so really breaking balls were kind of out of the picture. And it's not that much different in baseball. If you can throw, low 80s, mid 80s fastball as a high schooler, I mean, that's a really plus fastball at a high school level, particularly 4A, if you can throw low to mid 80s. But then if you can come back with a low mid 70s changeup, a circle change, just gets that batter out on their front foot just enough. Even if they make contact, it's not really going anywhere, and it's not too dangerous of a hit. Yeah, occasionally you might find a hole or a gap here or there, but it's really hard to stay on that back foot. And softball is kind of the same way. That everybody's taught right now to swing with such power. They're really getting their hips through the zone and getting out on their front foot, and so trying to lay off of a changeup as in a softball or any kind of power hitting aspect, it's just really, really hard to do. And so you're really having to hold your hands back, and you get those really awkward-looking swings where they're almost kind of falling forward just a little bit. Here in the top of the 4th inning, Hardenberger has a 4-0 lead now. Mustangs have made it through the order once. Leading off the top of the 4th, it's going to be the leadoff hitter, Tegan Zinger.
Bunt attempt for Zinger goes foul. 0-1 count.
Yeah, so again, talked about it at the top of the game in our routes to victory. Really going to have to try to manufacture some runs, and right now Zinger in the left-handed batter's box, the speed she has, if she could get anything down along that left field line, she almost can always be on first base, but they're kind of expecting it now. Outfielders cheating in.
Zinger staying alive.
Unfortunately, 2 strikes on her now, so the bunt has been taken away. So really, you almost kind of want to just do a full swing bunt at this point in time. Slap hitter, she's kind of back in the box. You're already ready to choke up just a little bit. Anything, just put the ball in play right over the third base head. That's what you're kind of looking for right now. Just missed that opportunity. Good piece of hitting right there by Zinger. Just foul on the left side.
That was in play. That could have been extra bases for Zinger, no doubt.
Really could have been, but even just getting a single right there is pretty much what you'd want to kind of jumpstart the team and realize, hey, she is hittable. We can do this. Let the confidence of that Mustangs team grow just a little bit more, but every time you make contact against a pitcher like Hardenberger, you're going to get a little bit more confident that, yes, you can do it.
Good eye there from Zinger. 1-2 count.
And right now every hitter wants to be able to have that. They want to be able to say that. They've got to hit off of her. Yeah, she went to Tennessee. She played at a 4-year college. I got to hit off her once.
What a catch from number 1 of the Raiders.
Kylie Bosch. Kind of misread that. Wind may have played a little bit of a factor. So it came in a little bit hard. Wind kind of pushed it off to her right. She kind of had to readjust, come back. Just made the catch over her head. But I think the message has been sent to the Mustang dugout. We can do this. And we put the ball in play right now. There might be a mediocre to suspect defense behind Hardenberger. Hard to make that statement off of one play with the wind blowing, but still, it wasn't as routine as what probably the coaches for Wamego would like to have been. I know there was some concern. I mean, you graduate 9 seniors. There's going to be a little bit of concern about who comes in and fills roles and fills spots. Again, especially after you have a shortstop that can basically cover the whole left side of the field by herself last year.
Right. And especially a large group of 9 seniors in any sport, that's almost like rebuilding.
Yeah, I kind of asked the question, is it a rebuild or is it a reload? And he goes, too early to tell just yet.
Right.
He goes, I hope it's a reload. But again, when you got an ace in the circle, what could be a rebuild looks more like a reload.
2 outs down for the Raiders here at the top of the 4th.
So again, you see the Mustangs there. First 2 attempts trying to get a bunt down, trying to put something in play, just missing it both times. And then once you're down 2 strikes, you have no option but to swing away. So we'll see if Reese Grady, left fielder for the Mustangs, number 3 hitter, can get something started.
Strike 1 on the bunt attempt.
I might be a little predictable as a coach, but I would have probably been practicing bunts a lot right after the first game against Hiawatha. That'd probably been one of the main things I'd have been working on this week. Just knowing how hard it was going to be to get hits against Wamego today, especially in game 1, just try to manufacture something. But even then, you can practice bunts all the time, but it's different when you're stepping into the box against caliber pitcher like this. Way to lay off that rise ball. Knew it was coming.
Mustang boys are set to be in action later this evening as they take on the Raiders in baseball.
Yeah, I believe they're doing a try over there. Going to be Chapman for a game and Wamego for a game. So I do have that brought up. So once that gets going, we'll keep you updated on scores right here at Backroads Broadcasting.
Three up, 3 down for the Raiders. Head to the bottom of the 4th inning. 4-0 your score.
First 3 batters for the Raiders in the bottom of the 4th is going to be the catcher, Oberding, followed by your designated player, Kohlmeyer, and your right fielder, Ulrich. Hope we're saying that right. We should probably get on. Do you see any comments of...
I was just getting ready to say, if you are enjoying the broadcast, we do like interacting with the viewers in the comments. So if you leave a comment from where you're watching from.
All right, this half inning, we'll bring it by, we'll see who Cody brings up for us. As he's trying to look at his screen with his polarized glasses, which is why I had to go to my regular glasses. Going to be brought to you by Liming Productions. Liming Productions and LP Studios. Liming Productions, your source for 5-star wedding videography, event videography, corporate events, and even small business commercials. With expertise, knowledge of location and studio shoots, Liming Productions can capture all of your special moments and compile a story you'll want to watch over and over. If you are a professional or an amateur videographer, photographer, or creative artist looking for a creative space, contact LP Studios for availability today. To see all their services and highlights, go to facebook.com, Liming Productions, or www.limingproductions.com.
Shouts out to Judy Jones, watching from Oklahoma.
So I think maybe after this half inning, maybe we'll get to a Bandit brain teaser.
New season, new opportunity to go 10-0 on Bandit brain teasers.
First pitch, ball in play, grounder over to second base Killingsworth for the out to McCombs. Not sure what's happening right now. Looks like there's going to be a timeout. I think we have a equipment malfunction for McComb, the first base. May have to switch up a glove over there. May or may not have a Bandit brain teaser for you in this game. We have one ready to go If we don't have a video of it, we can still ask the question. So as our production crew is scrambling, Isaiah and I do what we do. We just sit here and smile and just talk.
That's right.
Let everybody know that everything is working perfectly fine behind the scenes. All right, we're set, ready to go back here to action. Cole Meyer going to be your designated player, stepping into the box.
Nice bunt there. Well defended by the Mustangs, 2 down. Better response from the hits of the Raiders this inning for the Mustangs, kind of limiting the damage here, bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, good play there by Brooklyn Plummer at third base. Coming up and getting that ball, getting it over to McComb. McComb looked like the ball looked a little funny in the glove. Very first attempt at trying to catch something, but yeah, made the play. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
First pitch foul. A 1 count.
So again, want to limit the damage here in the bottom of the 4th. Want to make sure they don't get another runner on base. Don't want to turn it back over to Hardenberger in the top of the lineup here. So you really want to make sure you get the number 9 hitter out.
Staying alive. 0-2 count now for Hardenberger.
So I'm not really sure what to call Zeller's pitch, that if it's a drop ball, a changeup, or exactly what it is, but whatever that one is, it has top spin that really pushes it down in the zone. Right now would be a great time for it.
Be high fly ball. And 3 up, 3 down for the Mustangs as we head to the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, good job by the Mustangs there. Taking care of the bottom half of that order, making sure that Hardenberger stays out of the batter's box at least for one more inning. So Mustangs got to be happy right now. You know, they're not getting hits. They're not getting a lot accomplished on the offensive side, but still at the same time, we're going on the top of the 5th inning. Raiders with a 4-0 lead right now. But, woo. Got a hot mic.
Hot music coming in.
But if you watched the game last year on Backroads Broadcasting, or you were at the game at the Rock, you probably know just as well as I do at this point in time, the game was pretty out of hand, and actually I think they'd already run rolled at this point in time. But the last few batters against Hardenberger last year, honestly, the swings were kind of half-hearted. The body language was pretty defeated. So, I mean, she took care of business early on. Not seeing any of that right now. Mustangs still coming out. Their body language tells them they still have a chance. You know, they've only given up 4 runs, 1 3-run homer, but they've made contact. And so I think it's positive signs. If there's anything positive you could take out of a loss, that's right now, to me, that's one of the things you got to really think about is how the body language of the Mustangs look, how positive they still appear to be, that, you know, even though there's possibly the best pitcher in all of the state of Kansas in the circle right now, they still think that they have a shot at this game, and you couldn't ask any more as a coach to have that in a team right now.
Right. You know what they say, Goonies never say die, Judd.
Goonies never say die. God, I love that there's another generation out there that follows the Goonies. Hey, you guys. Leading off for the Mustangs at the top of the 5th is going to be number 21, your third base, Brooklyn Plummer. Looking to put a ball in the gap right here. This is one batter. Again, if she can make contact, that ball can go a really long ways.
Timing's starting to come together for the Mustangs here a little bit. Seeing a little more contact on the ball.
Yeah, we talked about it, second time through. They've now seen her all at least once. You know, some of these batters have seen her for a couple years now, so this will be the 3rd year in a row that these teams have matched up. You know, I don't think the pitch selection's changed any from Hardenberger. They've probably become crisper. She probably hits her spots a little bit better, but as far as the speed and the talent, probably hasn't changed a whole lot from last year.
Be a swing and a miss, strike 2 for Plummer. Here we are at top of the 5th inning, 0 outs.
Of course, when you're really good, there's not a long ways to go up to be really, really, really good. But yeah, the body language of the hitters right now is much different than what we saw last year.
pitch inside. 1-2 count now for Plummer. Shout out to Rocky Smith. Rocky Smith watching from home.
Must have just nicked her. Looks like she's going to be on base with a hit by pitch. So I guess there's going to be a little bit of a question on what exactly happened there. Umpire feels like it barely nicked her back leg maybe. But it'd be a little bit of a conversation. Not sure you're going to get it overturned at this point. That's another hard thing for umpires, I think, is to gauge whether a batter was nicked or not. I mean, because even if their jersey gets nicked, it's actually considered a hit batsman.
Right.
Even though it doesn't necessarily make a noise. But for all intents and purposes, a perfect game for Hardenberger is now gone. We got a base runner at first base with Plummer, with Allie Jones, the right fielder, coming up to bat. Pitch selection taking a little bit too long. Jones stepping out of the box. Jones is another hitter that can.
Jones goes for the bunt, strike one.
Yeah, the 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 hitters, all for the Mustangs, could really put a charge in the ball if they make contact. Grady, the number 3 hitter, probably not as familiar with her as far as her power goes. A good contact hitter, but yeah, Plummer, Jones, Ridinghouse, McComb, Killingsworth can all hit the ball really, really hard. So again, Mustangs struggling really badly, just trying to put a bunt down. Mustangs of years past, pretty notoriously known for really kind of power pitching and power hitting. Doesn't play a lot of small ball. Has the occasional leadoff hitter like Zinger or Brooklyn Goring from a few years ago from the left-handed side of the box that can really slap the ball anywhere, but really pretty much just trying to drive the ball anywhere.
Swing and miss, strike 3, first out of the inning for the Raiders. If you're just joining us here, top of the 5th, 4-0, Raiders lead. Isaiah Dobbins, Judd McCormick here on Backroads Broadcasting.
Hey, that's me. Got to try to say that at least once a broadcast.
Right.
I know that guy. Ridinghouse, your hitter. Designated player for the Mustangs. Most likely to be pitching game 2.
Bunt attempt goes foul. 0-1 count for Ridinghouse.
Again, you got a lot of power hitters trying to lay down a bunt. Probably not quite their forte, a little bit out of their wheelhouse, but again, trying to manufacture the runs we talked about at the top of the game. It's one of the things you're going to have to try to do is you're not going to beat Hardenberger with a lot of home runs. So whenever you get an opportunity, you really got to take advantage of them.
0-2 count now for Ridinghouse.
And you can see some of these batters just aren't terribly comfortable with trying to lay down the bunt. It is not an easy thing, especially when you get your body turned like that and you've got your hand exposed. But generally speaking, and I know Coach Brummett really teaches this as well, is you want your barrel of your bat up and forward, because if it's flat, that's where you see all those foul balls that are going straight back like that. If you have your bat up at a 45, 50-degree angle so you can actually get the barrel of the bat up, the grip of your bat down, it takes away those up and down foul balls a lot. It keeps you from popping out. Really what we're seeing a lot of is really flat barrels.
Swing and miss, strike 3 for Ridinghouse. 2 outs on the board for the Raiders.
Yeah, now you have 2 outs, and with McCombs up to bat, I don't foresee a bunt opportunity. I don't see McComb trying to bunt here. With 2 outs, there's really no point in it. So really what you're wanting right here is you just want her to make contact because you know it's going to be good. I stand corrected. Really surprised with 2 outs to try to bunt. McComb is not the fastest runner on the team, but again, just trying to do anything to kind of gain confidence of the team, put the ball in play, make the Raiders make a play.
Strike 2 there for McComb.
Honestly, right now, I think I'm going to my go-to pitch, Hardenberger. You want to shut it down right now. I think you got a rise ball coming in right on McComb's elbow. Setting up a little bit away from her.
And strike 3. Head to the bottom of the 5th.
Not sure that's the pitch she really wanted to throw there. I don't think she hit the spot she wanted, but the result was still the same. They're setting up on the outside. That pitch kind of came back over to the inside, but still a swing and miss for McCombs, and Hardenberger gets out of it. Perfect game is gone, but at the bottom of the 5th, Raiders leading 4-0. Coming up for... we started that a little early. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, or they root for the Mustangs. Oh, the home team. I guess we got to be in.
No, it's a shame.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
So our 5th inning stretch.
That's right.
Going to make that a tradition here since we don't get a full 9.
And speaking of full 9, opening day for MLB here today. Hopefully the Royals will win more than a handful of games this year.
This is by no means an endorsement, but if you're a T-Mobile customer, please go out and sign up for MLB.com and MLB TV for free for 1 year for T-Mobile customers with some level of service, Magenta Plus, whatever they have. But yeah, nice perk. I'm a T-Mobile person, and I got my notification on Tuesday that I can get MLB TV, and so I'm ready for opening day. However, Royals not available due to blackout in our area.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's going to have to become a Cubs fan. Nice pitch by Zeller there.
1-1 count.
I think right now, if you're the Mustangs, your goal is to basically keep, obviously, the Raiders locked at 4 runs, giving yourself a chance here in the last 2 at bats to try to put something up on the board, try to get 7 innings, full innings, something they weren't able to accomplish last year, and quite honestly, not a lot of teams accomplished it last year. Good hard hit there by Hardenberger to help her own cause.
Should be on base with the single. No outs on the board for the Mustangs.
Morgan Evans, courtesy runner, number 32, coming in for Hardenberger. Hardenberger hits home runs and throws strikeouts, but she don't run the bases much. No sense having your pitcher out there risking getting hurt. Last thing you want is All-American pitcher pulling a hammy trying to leg out a defensive indifference to second base.
Right.
Pretty common for most teams.
Fielded by Zeller on the bunt. Mustangs opportunity for double play. Did they get it? Or are we out at first?
She is now. She was actually called safe. Originally called safe. I think she thought she was out. So this is going to go down as a 5-3-6-1 put out at first base. Awesomeness.
Jana Wehrman tuning in from Sylvan Grove. Go Mustangs. Nice pitch there from Zeller. Evens the count, 1-1.
So Mustangs caught a break there. A little bit of confusion on the first base path. End up getting it out on a runner originally safe with Schultz. To be fair, I know the umpire's back was to us, but he almost signaled out at first and then made a small safe signal. But teaching opportunity for Coach Meyer there with Raiders. If any confusion, stay on the base and make them tell you you're out and you go to the dugout.
Right.
So never assume. 2 balls, 2 strikes to McCarthy, your batter. It's going to be a nice line drive just over the infield. That'll score a run from third.
Reminds me of, when you have your first year of kid pitch, and Coach would always tell me, always run through the base on first, even if you're out, just in case it's overthrow or anything like that.
Yeah, it's always a hard thing to teach kids because then they want to overrun second base and then run third base.
Right.
So you're like, no, get on the base, get on the base. 700 parents yelling, get on the base, get on the base. The kid's like, what base? I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. And the coach is like, nobody tell him what to do. Listen to your coach. Never been there. McCarthy's going to advance to second base on a pass ball. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here are the Raiders. McCarthy on second base. 1 run across already for the Raiders in the bottom of the 5th, extending their lead 5-0. As soon as we get our production team back together, we'll update that score on the screen. But yes, Rock Creek 0, Wamego 5 in the bottom of the 5th.
Play from Plummer. 2 outs now for the Mustangs.
Adams up to bat. Adams 0 for 2 so far in game 1 of this doubleheader. Oh, that was a really, really long strike. This gives you a little hint to the power that Adams has there.
Yeah.
A little tardy on the swing, but still managed to have about a 190-foot strike. Foul ball off there to the right side.
Be right over second base. Gets through. She's safe with the single. Make that 6-0 for the Raiders.
I know it's probably a question mark, but I think right now I would appeal third base. They're not going to do it, but there's nothing wrong with it. Never hurts to appeal a base when somebody scores like that. Make sure the runner actually touched the base or not.
Zeller's there. Fires over to McComb for the 3rd out of the top of the 5th. Or, excuse me, bottom of the 5th as we head to the 6th inning. Raiders lead 6-0.
Yeah, coming up for the Mustangs, going to be your first 3 batters will be Purvis, Zeller, and then the leadoff Zinger. We won't have a graphic up for it, but here at Backroads Broadcasting, we'd like you to know if you have an idea for a new show or broadcast opportunity but don't know how to get it started, just contact us here at Backroads Broadcasting today. Backroads Broadcasting is currently looking for entertainment events, shows, content creators for our BRB channel, podcasts, skill shows, talk shows, how-to, instructional, hobbyist shows, or even praise, music festivals, or non-school sports productions. Call us today or contact us today at sales@brbc.live or drop us a line at any of our social media sites at brbc.live. You're familiar with our live sports productions, but Backroads Broadcasting is looking to expand a little bit. Here we are behind the scenes. Can't see that online, but we're getting some back.
Hi, Mom.
Behind the scenes footage. Coming to the top of the 6th, Mustangs gave up a couple more runs there in the bottom of the 5th. Raiders taking a 6-0 lead. Going to be hard for the Mustangs to come back from this with Hardenberger in the circle, but Mustangs want to try to make the adjustments that they need to get ready for game 2.
And one thing I'm really impressed with this Hardenberger's pitching is doesn't allow really for it to go far into the count. We haven't seen any full counts from the Mustangs. Maybe I think the most has been up there has been a 2-2 count, but she's been taking care of business.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of her forte is basically get ahead in the count. And that's what every pitcher wants to do, you know. Nobody wants to start out down 2-0, 3-0 as a pitcher. She has basically had the ability to do that from very early on in her high school career where she gets ahead of the batter. You know she's going to be peppering it all around the edges of the zone, so you know you could quickly be down 0-2. So you need to be somewhat aggressive early in the count because you know they're going to be there. Once she gets 2 strikes on you, though, you know, she probably doesn't actually hardly ever throw a true strike again unless she absolutely has to. Cause
right.
she can get you chasing on a lot of different pitches. We've seen a couple strikeouts looking, but you know, for the most part, a lot of times, there's about an 80% chance that she's not going to throw one in the zone once she's up 0-2 on you.
1-2 count.
But yeah, very rarely is she ever behind, and if she ever is behind, it's usually only a 1-0. She very rarely ever falls to 2-0 count. That's what makes it so tough. Again with the rise ball. Been a good out pitch for her all day. Why change it? Yeah, when you have the luxury of getting up early in the count as a pitcher, and then you have an arsenal like she does, you get swings and misses. But hey, the Mustangs aren't alone in this. Every team that goes against her basically encounters this. I think her high school earned run average right now is somewhere in the ballpark of 0.8 or 9.
Insane numbers.
Insane numbers. She's got video game numbers, honestly. The amount of strikeouts she gets in a season, the amount of runs that she does not give up. I mean, her ERA, her strikeout to walk ratio. I mean, it is literally video game type numbers. You know, and when you talk to some of the pitching coaches, I know I've heard even her pitching coach is like, you know, at a 4A, she'll give up some hits here or there, but it's going to be hard to get runs against her. Even at 6A in Kansas now at this point in time, she's probably going to be a dominant pitcher. She goes the same pitching coach, I believe, that saw a player from Topeka High a couple years ago who went out to Stanford and was the Pac-12 Freshman Pitcher of the Year, basically dominated the Pac-12 just as much as she did Kansas 6A high school. So, yeah, when you've got a caliber pitcher like that, sometimes it really doesn't matter who you're playing against. But the Mustangs haven't given up. They haven't stopped trying to swing. They haven't stopped trying to get a hit off of her. They haven't stopped trying doing what they've been doing. And right now we have a pinch hitter that's in for Zeller.
Oh, 1 count. Hitter right on the left foot there. Take her base.
I bet that stung just a little bit.
Can't feel too great. That'll be Reagan Thomason for the Mustangs.
Oh, that's my problem. I had a different number for her in my game changer. I had her down as a number 11, number 23.
One out on the board, top of the 6th here. Raiders lead 6-0.
I believe she also plays catcher. Back to the leadoff with Zinger.
Zinger lays down a bunt. Overthrown on first. It'll be extra bases for Zinger.
Trying to decide if she'd actually gotten that throw down, if Zinger to beat out the throw or not. You know, we talked about it. Just get the ball in play. Let the defense behind either make a mistake or force them to actually make a play. I think they're discussing right now whether the runner at third should get to go home, as they were already rounding second base. Was going to make it to third anyways once the ball into the dugout. Was it an advanced base?
So 2 runners in scoring position here for the Mustangs. Top of the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 out on the board.
So Mustangs in business for the first time in nearly 12 innings of play in the last 2 years against Hardenberger. Arguably the best hitter at the plate right now for the Mustangs in Killingsworth.
Good eye there from Killingsworth. Just a little inside on that pitch for Hardenberger.
So once again, we talked about manufacturing runs. Unconventional, runner gets on base, hit by pitch. Zinger lays down a good bunt. Thinks she would have beat out the throw anyways, but throw sails over the first base head. Goes into the dugout. Runners at second and third for the Mustangs with just 1 out.
It's a little behind that one for Killingsworth. Strike 1, 1-1 count. Wind starting to pick up here a little bit.
Starting to cool off a little bit. Put on my Backrows Broadcasting jacket. My soft shell Backroads Broadcasting jacket. Foul ball there by Killingsworth. Timing was right on, just under it, just a little bit straight back. Probably just missed driving that ball by less than 1/4 of an inch. It's amazing how little you can miss a ball by to have it go straight back like that. And that's usually a good sign. When that ball's going straight back, that means you're right on it. You're just missing it, just under it, just barely. The width of a sweet spot in the barrel.
This will be a high fly ball.
That could be trouble.
Be fielded by number 24 of the Raiders. That'll be Elena McCarthy. 2 outs on the board for the Raiders. Reachers joining us, bottom of the 6th inning here. 6-0 lead for the Raiders. Judd McCormick, Isaiah Dobbins here on the Back Road broadcast.
Number 3 hitter for the Mustangs, Reese Grady up to bat. Just trying to find some green. She can find a gap somewhere in this Raider defense. With Zinger's speed, may score 2. Got excellent speed at second base, average speed at third, but you don't need a lot of speed at third. All you got to do is get it past the infield. You're going to score 1. Yeah, even Killingsworth on that last pop out. We talked about on that first foul, she just missed it by 1/4 of an inch. That pop up, she probably just missed it by about 1/8 of an inch. Just could have squared that one up. That'd have been a hard drive to left field. And with the wind blowing, could have been anybody's game. That could have scored 2, could have been out, could have scored 3, but not horseshoes or hand grenades, as they say. So Tough break there for the Mustangs. Had an opportunity, a couple runners on. First real scoring chance of the game they had, runners at second and third with one out. But Hardenberger buckled down. Killingsworth on the pop out for the second out, and Grady with the strikeout for the third. But again, positive things, positive things. You know you're climbing a mountain when you come into a game like this against the Raiders and Hardenberger, and Mustangs are taking those steps. So I know even like after last year, I talked to a couple of the parents, and one of the concerns, it was kind of funny, even though they had beat the Mustangs pretty well in a regular season, both games. Mike Gallagher pitched in game one, Hardenberger pitched game one. Gallagher came out in game two. Hardenberger had to finish game two, but at that point in time, Mustangs were really kind of struggling early on in the year and wasn't really sure what kind of a team they were going to have, and floating around 500. And as I was talking to one of the parents, they really did not want to end up in the same sub-state as Rock Creek. So it was pretty interesting. It's like they knew that Rock Creek was going to get better. They knew it was a potential threat. They really didn't want to get it. And then even when they got them in the first round of states, that was actually one of the worst matchups that they could think of. It's like it was probably the best 8 seed that you could get coming in with Rock Creek, because they were so much better at the end of the season what their record actually stated. And again, they gave Wamego everything that they wanted in that first round. They lost game 4-0, but completely different from earlier in the year when I believe they lost in the neighborhood of 14-15-0. So
Right. So we'll have a new pitcher in for the Mustangs here. Bottom of the 6th. It'll be fired over to a Plummer. Nice reach by McComb to make the play.
Yeah, it looks like Campbell Castle's going to be our new pitcher of record. Off to a good start. 1 pitch, 1 out. Good play there by Plummer, but all of her throws seem to be sailing a little bit high today. Got to be a little bit nervous. You know, McComb's an excellent first baseman over there, but 5'9", she's not. So you'd like to see those throws come down just a little bit more. Kohlmeyer, your batter.
Staying alive. 0-2 count now for Kohlmeyer. 1 out on the board for the Mustangs.
So Castle is another one of those pitchers that came in and relieved quite a bit last year. Kind of a nice luxury to have for a coach.
She's there to make the play. 2 outs for the Mustangs.
You know, a lot of starting pitchers have this really long routine that they use to get ready, particularly in softball. They walk through. Some softball pitchers throw 40, 50 warm-up pitches before they're ready to go, but Campbell Castle, even last year, seemed like you gave her about 10, 15, 20 pitches. She was ready to come in. She's a gamer. She didn't need to go through the whole routine. So to have somebody that can get ready that quick is really kind of a luxury to have in fast pitch.
Nice pitch there from Castle. Evens the count, 1-1. Back up at the top of the order for the Raiders.
Actually, it looks like this could be the number 9 hitter. But Campbell's got that change of pace just a little bit different style. Ball's got a little bit different spin to it. So when you see a pitcher, you know, a tall, lanky pitcher like Zeller going for 5 innings, and then you bring in Castle, it's just enough a change of pace that it's really hard for the batters to adjust.
One-two count.
Good off-speed pitch, just missing right there. Nice thing about Castle as well is you can bring her in. She can pitch a couple innings in this game. She'll be ready to go for 2 or 3 innings in game 2 as well if she's called upon. So she's ready to jump in and help out wherever she can.
Castle with a rising pitch of her own there. 2-2 count.
Yeah, you can never have too much pitching, so to have three really good pitchers for the Mustangs, I think is going to be, really important. And, and actually they have a fourth pitcher. It's probably sitting there in reserve, and Ellie Jones, who has pitched for several years, may not pitch this year from what I understand, but, in case of injuries or something like that, you have somebody else there that's ready to go, even at a varsity level. Nice off-speed pitch, Frozer.
So we head to the bottom of the sixth here. See if Mustangs get some bats going here. They're down 6-0.
We'll wake up our production man, Roche Media Group over here, get ready to go. Kicked back in his recliner looks kind of broken right now, but he's still pretty kicked back.
His break in the action is brought to you by Roche Media Group, your local friendly professional photographer. Packages available for engagements, weddings, professional headshots, senior and family portraits, providing high-resolution image files or prints taken on location or in their studio with professional edits available. They're also your local area expert in real estate, photography, and videography. Ask about the drone and VR 360 tours when you reach out to them today at rochemediagroup.com. That's ROCHE mediagroup.com.
You've been reading an ad spot so long that even when I remove a piece of it, you still say it.
Yeah, what can I say?
Almost makes me wonder if I need to print them out.
I was going to, on our broadcast on Monday, I was going to do the Backroads ad slot just from memory bank, but...
Yeah, now I've changed it all up.
Yeah, you done switched it up on me.
Yeah, we got a couple. We got a couple Backroads. But yeah, if you're listening in and if you have a company or interested in advertising or sponsorship of Backroads Broadcasting, by all means, contact us at sales@brbc.live or give us a call. You can call me directly, Judd McCormick. Not only am I on air, but I am the Chief Creative Officer.
There you go. And not only that, but we have lots of packages available. And with this spring season, lots of opportunities for sponsorships, sponsoring strikeouts, mound visits, home runs.
Yeah, you name it. We have all kinds of opportunities and all kinds of price ranges. So regardless of your budget, we have got a sponsorship package for you. I think I said that word half right. Leading off for the Mustangs here in the top of the seventh is going to be third base, Brooklyn Plummer. So we talked about it often, not pitching from behind, and if she is, it's usually only a 1-0 count. Well, right there, finally, I think for about probably the second or third time, maybe at most tonight, first pitch ball for Hardenberger. And she's such a competitor and such a gamer, she's probably going to go back to the dugout and go, I can't believe I threw a ball.
You're right,
pitch.
right.
Have 15 strikeouts, near perfect game, and she'd be like, I threw a ball, first pitch ball. It'll be okay.
And rightfully so, gets it back with 2 strikes back to back. So.
Yeah, I think right now the Rock Creek Mustang boys currently leading Wamego 6-1 in the 6th inning.
It's a 1-2 pitch, swing and miss. Be 1 out on the board for the Raiders.
Not only is this a positives in a potential loss for the Mustangs, but really there's some question marks that the Raiders had coming in that, they needed answered, and it's a good early test for them. Royal Valley probably wasn't the greatest early test for them. I mean, they won game 1 17-0, but Mustangs a much bigger test for them early on this year than last year, and kind of gives them an idea of where they're at as a ball club early on in the season as well. Because again, if they have, traditionally, we talked about it, Highway 24 is a mecca of softball in this state between Rock Creek, Wamego, Rossville, Silver Lake. Then you get into the Topeka area, and they just dominate over there all the way to Kansas City. I mean, even during the travel season, there's always teams from these areas, that are really kind of a mix and match of all these schools. It's just a softball and baseball-rich area for our state. And it's a real pleasure to be able to broadcast these teams and to watch them.
I was going to say, yeah, we've been kind of spoiled on the Backroads broadcast this year as far as basketball talent we've seen, football talent we've seen, and now softball and baseball as well.
Yeah, we really have been, and, we'd like to keep doing this and seeing these games and providing these broadcasts for everybody at home. So, yeah, I hate to keep beating a dead horse, but, yeah, it's really driven by trying to find sponsors and advertisers allow us to keep bringing this free to your viewers at home. That rise ball kind of rising a little bit too much up and out of the zone. Allie Jones holding off on it, bringing that count 2-2. One out here in the top of the 7th. Mustangs' last chance right here to try to scratch across a couple runs. I wouldn't be terribly shocked if she doesn't come right back here right now, or maybe a screwball down and in on the knees of Jones. Hardenberger pumped with that strikeout.
2 outs for the Raiders.
Hardenberger sitting at about 82 pitches. Again, she could probably throw 160 in a weekend if she needed to, and probably has in some of her summer travel ball. But early on, it's probably been a while since she's had to throw 82 pitches in a game, especially a high school game, out beyond basically playoffs. So good job for the Mustangs there, really trying to stretch her out and see just exactly how good does she throw when she gets in that 70, 80, 90 pitch count range. Because if I was a betting man, I'd say with her 12 strikeouts and 4 innings of pitching the other night at Royal Valley, my math's not great, but she probably didn't throw any more than about 55 or 60 pitches.
Yep.
I'm guessing there were a lot of 3-pitch sequences in that game probably.
And, games started. Some games started last week, some games this week for high schools baseball and softball, but really impressive though. 12 strikeouts one game.
Yeah, I'll give you
in this game.
Yeah, I'll give you a number here. She has got 18 strikeouts in this game. That's that's part of going 7 innings as well.
This will be a high fly ball to center field. And Raiders close this one out.
Well, the game did not end on a strikeout, but it ended on a very long fly ball to center field.
So after game 1, 7 innings of play, Raiders on top of the Mustangs 6-0. We'll take a short intermission, and we'll be back for game 2 here on Backroads Broadcasting.
So if you're just joining us, game 1 in the books. Wamego Raiders winning that game 6-0. Hardenberger pitched a gem of a game, had 18 strikeouts, no walks, no official hits, but did hit 2 batters in the game. Mustangs weren't able to scratch across any runs. Brinzeller will be taking a loss on that as your official pitcher. She had 4 strikeouts, 1 walk, 4 earned runs. Campbell Castle came in relief. She also had a strikeout. She gave up no runs. Zeller giving up 7 hits on the day. So Mustangs finishing with 0 runs on 0 hits, 1 error. The Wamego Raiders ended up with 6 runs, 7 hits, and 2 errors. So kind of what we expected out of Hardenberger. She pitched a really good game. 12 strikeouts in her first outing of the season, 18 strikeouts a day. So 30 strikeouts on a young season for the junior out of Wamego. Mustangs, though, came out with a game plan. They tried to get a couple runs across. They had an opportunity in the 6th inning. Runners on second, third, 1 out. It came up just a little bit short. But all in all, some positives there for the Mustangs. Had a good outing. Managed to make some contact, put some balls in play, fouled off a few balls against arguably the best pitcher in the state. Some would actually say maybe one of the top 10 pitchers in the entire country. Again, committed already to the Tennessee Volunteers. So find out a little bit more about that in between games, see exactly why that commitment happened. But we're going to have about a 20-minute break here. We'll be back with the pregame show. We'll talk a little bit about some of the stats, some of the things prior to Game 2 getting started. So if you stick around, come back with us somewhere around 6:30 for Game 2 action here at Backroads Broadcasting. Again, we got to step away for now. Isaiah Dobbins stepped away. Joe McCormick stepped away, but we'll be RB.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Backroad Broadcasting's presentation of high school softball. Isaiah Dobbins, Judd McCormick here as we are set for our second game here this evening between the Wamego Raiders and the Rock Creek Mustangs. Leading off for the Mustangs is Tegan Zinger. Swing and miss, strike one. New pitcher in for the Raiders. Zinger staying alive. Pitcher for the Raiders will be number 33, Landry Adams. Oh, 2 pitch. A little high for Zinger. 1-2 count.
There is not enough time between these games to get our stuff set up 8 and reestablished for game 2.
Zinger makes contact. Adams runs it down, throws her out at first. 1 out on the board for the Raiders.
Your batter's going to be number 9, Killingsworth. Mustang's second baseman.
First pitch for Killingsworth is high. 1-0 count.
And in game 1 in baseball, Rock Creek boys beat the Wamego Raiders 4-1 in the first game of the try over here.
High fly ball for Killingsworth. That'll be foul. 1-1 count.
Just a little out in front of that one.
And already, Mustangs had a whole 7 innings to play earlier, but already kind of a difference getting the bats going for the Mustangs.
Yeah, for now. I mean, Adams is a freshman pitcher. Actually goes to the same pitching coach that Peyton Hardenberger goes to, plays in the same club team. So I think the potential of another caliber of player coming through could be there. I mean, Hardenberger's a special athlete anyways, excellent pitching coach, but yeah, Adams could be there at some point in time as well.
2-2 count for Killingsworth. Here we are, top of the first.
Sun's starting to get a little low there in the sky.
That's a shot from Killingsworth. Be foul.
It's going to be one of the longest strikes you'll ever see. Luckily, it was just a foul ball. But, yeah, that was about a 220-foot foul ball.
Yeah. Would have been a homer if it was fair.
Yeah, I was telling somebody in between games, honestly, I think, and batting number 2 kind of proves it, Killingsworth is probably the best all-around hitter for the Mustangs. Again, she is clear up in the box. You can barely see it. Her left foot is right on the line. So, and she's still early on these pitches and ahead of it. You could, by hitting it down the left field line, she's early. So she can generate tremendous bat speed very, very quickly. So the rubber band motion of that core, her hip drive and flex is pretty amazing.
Killingsworth staying alive, full count.
On the screen, these pitches may not look a whole lot different from when Hardenberger was pitching, but when you're in the box, it's a completely different game. It's hard to pick up the relative speed and the motion of the ball from our camera versus what the batter sees.
So strike 3 for Killingsworth. 2 outs on the board for the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a little bit of a delayed call there from the.
It was, and it looked like it could have been a little bit outside. It probably maybe should have been ball 4. Killingsworth thought it was ball 4, but still, when you got 2 strikes, it probably at the same time go ahead and foul off anything that's close. Don't leave it in the hands of an umpire, especially early in the game when you're not really sure what their zone is. You know, if he's consistently there the whole game, great. But you don't know early on, so you know, I think anything that's between the boxes, in my opinion, anything between the chalk lines, you need to be trying to at least foul it off and wait for another pitch. It's right where you want it. And I think that's a struggle for coaches to teach young hitters.
1-1 count.
And from what I have heard and what I understand, the concession stand out here at the Wamego Sport Complex is on point. Is that what the kids say?
Yeah.
Yeah, while I was off getting lineups, the rest of the crew was eating pulled pork. Looked like Cody Lyman was eating spaghetti when I came over.
You got the pulled pork nachos, and then Rocher and I headed up and got some beer rocks. Very good, very good.
Pulled pork, beer rocks.
They have funnel cakes, pretzels.
Funnel cakes, pretzels.
Hot dogs.
If my wife's listening, don't worry. I brought my protein bar. I will not be having thus deliciousness. 2-2 your count, 2 outs. Guess that could be a corporate expense. Charge that off the back roads. Count full. 3-2. Good to see my compatriots realize it's spring in Kansas and to have gear other than T-shirts or light jackets ready to go for ball games.
I think we learned our lesson Monday.
Big swing and miss there by Reese Grady, the designated player for the game. That will end the top of the first inning.
So more of the same from the Raiders, building off that incredible pitching performance in the first game. And well done to start the second game here.
Yeah, not too surprising. I think, like I said, she's just a freshman. She's not going to have quite the accuracy and probably the mix of pitches that Hardenberger has, but still clearly a hard thrower. We're going to see another good freshman right here for Rock Creek with Aislinn Rottinghouse, who, again, is a hard thrower. We haven't had the pleasure of seeing her pitch yet this year. I have not seen her pitch. I know she can throw the ball really, really hard. I think she's got a good changeup. I think with anything with a freshman, I think your biggest concern really probably is control, really hitting the spots and hitting the zones that you're wanting to hit and getting ahead in the count. And that's really kind of for any pitcher. And I think that's what, we talked about her a lot. I promise I won't talk about her in the entire second game. That's probably what makes Hardenberger also so good is really her accuracy. I mean, you tell her to hit a corner, she hits the corner. So whether she gets the call or not, it's a completely different thing, but she's hitting whatever spot for the most part the coach is telling her to hit. So if you have that kind of accuracy, it sure makes throwing a lot of different pitches and counts easy. But until you can kind of garner that, it really makes it kind of difficult at times.
It's the bottom of the first. One-0 count for Hardenberger.
Yeah, it's kind of an example right there. Coming out on the first batter, you're down 2-0 early on. It's kind of a good circle visit right there by Thomason. Just go out there, calm your pitcher down, get her to relax. Hey, it's just another game. No different than Hiawatha or Nemaha Central. Don't worry about the fact that they're, defending 4A champs. They're a really, really good team. Just you got to play your game. Got to do your thing. Don't worry about them. Just missed right there, but I think that was a pretty good comeback pitch after the circle visit by Thomason.
Mound visit could be sponsored by you. Contact sales at brbc.live for flexible ad packaging.
As could that walk That walk by my comfortable shoe running company.
My comfortable shoe.
Bringing you the most comfortable shoes that Forrest Gump can wear. So Schultz, your batter. Ridinghouse, freshman pitcher, was a designated player game 1. Struggling a little bit here early on, finding that strike zones. Like I said, that's one of the things to be a little bit concerned about just because of the freshman pitcher, not a lot of experience. We know she can throw the ball. Just finding and hitting her spots.
There it is. 1-1 count.
Yep, so the scouting report, so to speak, is when Aislinn Ridinghouse is on, she's really hard to hit and really hard to beat. But when she's off, sometimes it's a struggle.
Foul ball be caught by Thompson. 1 out on the board for the Mustangs. One-0 count. Last pitch a little inside.
McCarthy, your batter, should be playing shortstop.
Hardenberger safe on second.
Going to advance on, put that as a pass ball off the catcher's glove.
Good pitch there from Ridinghouse.
So I know early on in the season when you do pitching and catching practice, you pretty much always have a same catcher bat, kind of catch the same pitcher all the time just to build a little kind of comfort level. It's going to be another pass ball. I know even my daughter, when she was a catcher, she would catch the number 2 pitcher. And a lot of games, they were the battery, and sometimes later on into the season, you kind of try to mix those up a little bit so your pitcher gets comfortable really throwing to anybody in case you have one catcher that kind of establishes himself as a number 1. Going to have a circle visit here by Coach Brummett.
The circle visit brought to you by Backroads Broadcasting. Backroads Broadcasting is working harder than ever to bring the action home to you. And that's about all I remember from the ad read from basketball. But, again, flexible ad packages available. This time out in the action could be brought to you by you.
Yeah, work with us, work with you to help keep these broadcasts live and free to your viewers at home. Brummett out there trying to calm down the freshman pitcher, kind of get our team reset here. Coach Jerry Brummett in her 28th season as head coach of the Rock Creek Mustangs.
I believe source told me before this game started that she's 2 wins away from the big 300 wins here.
Yeah,
Rock Creek.
we will start a countdown. So sitting at 298. So it'll be quite an achievement. 300 wins for any high school coach in really any sport, any level, I think is a pretty big accomplishment. McCarthy will advance to second base on a defensive indifference on that called strike. So runners in scoring positions for the Raiders. Second and third, 1 out. 0-1 your count to Rosano. Who, if I remember right, had a 3-run shot in game 1.
You'd be correct. It was really the turning point in that first game for the Raiders.
It really was. It pretty much gave all the assurances that and she's going to wear that one. That will load the bases here early on in the bottom of the first inning. Aislinn Rottinghouse struggling a little bit finding the zone. She's going to have to pitch her way out of it. You know, we talked about Campbell Castle being able to come in relief. Still at the same time, I don't think you can rely on her coming in the first. I want to get 7 innings out of her after having her pitch at least 1 inning in game 1. So right now, it's going to be kind of Aislinn Rottinghouse's hole to kind of dig out of, so to speak. But even if they can get out of this only giving up 1 or 2 runs, I think the Mustangs offense is capable of coming back.
And Hardenberger steals home the first score for the Raiders.
That's going to go as a wild pitch on Rottinghouse. So, kind of tough for Thomason back there right now. You know, usually if your pitcher's missing, they're kind of missing in one particular zone or area right now, depending on where they're trying to really mix up the pitches. Again, I think once she gets out of this first inning, she'll calm down a little bit. Maybe finding her groove right now on that. Called strike for second out. So still a chance for Rottinghouse to get out of this without giving up too much damage.
One a little high, 1-0 count. Just joining us here for our second game here of the evening between the Mustangs and the Lady Raiders. The Lady Raiders took the first game 6-0. Here's the 1-1 count. Swinging to miss, strike 2.
Yeah, I was going to try to look up the box score for the single game the boys played here, Rock Creek Mustangs. Nice called strike there. Maybe Rottinghouse just needed a few more batters to get warmed up. Last 2 batters, she was really finding her groove, finding her spot. Got out of that first inning, only giving up that single run. So good job there. They had bases loaded with no outs, 1 out.
And you know, that run not coming in from a hit or, you know, or anything like that, but just, you know, pitches under control. Good job to get 2 straight outs for Aislinn Rottinghouse.
So this break in the action brought to you by My Vacation Time. My Vacation Time allowed us to be out here to broadcast today. There's a nice look at the hazy sunset with it. Looks like turkey vultures circling prey over there.
Yeah. But, I mean, kind of getting into that spring weather now. Calm, cool. Get up to about 72 today. You know, of course, going to probably drop down to high 40s, low 30s tonight. But really get into that spring weather.
Yeah, everybody knows here in Kansas you can't predict the weather, so.
No.
You know what they say. If you don't like the weather, wait a minute.
That's right.
Leading off for the Mustangs here in the top of the second, it's going to be third base, Brooklyn Plummer.
1-0 count for Plummer.
Allie Jones is going to be on deck. Game 2 of the doubleheader here at the Wamego Sports Complex. I don't know if it has an official name.
believe it's a 0-2. Oh, no, just kidding.
Nope, you're right.
0-2 count for Plummer.
Oh, no, wait, 1-2. Yeah,
1-2.
there
That's
was a
close.
ball. You should ask the guy that's supposed to be keeping track of that.
And where's our official stats?
Unofficial stats.
These stats brought to you by Judd McCormick.
Yeah, we'll try to be better about stats here and there. But second strikeout, or third strikeout in the game for Landry Adams. Allie Jones at the plate. Foul ball is going to go back out of play to the right side. Basically the same lineup for the Wamego Raiders. The only difference is Peyton Hardenberger and Landry Adams flip-flop third and pitcher.
It's a shot to left field for Jones. She'll be on base with a single. So top of the second. Mustangs down 0-1, one out on the board. Allie Jones on first.
Yeah, that's a pretty good hit right down the left field line. Good job by Bosch, the left fielder for the Raiders, to get that ball, get it back in. Keeping that to a single. Could have easily turned into a double. Aislinn Rottinghouse, the pitcher, now your batter. Mustangs was a little bit of a lineup change.
It'll be foul down third base line.
Rottinghouse will be your pitcher. Thomason is a catcher. She'll be the flex player, won't be batting in this game. She'll be batted by the designated player, Reese Grady, who's a number 3 hitter.
1-2 count for Aislinn Rottinghouse. And that'll be strikeout for Rottinghouse. 2 outs on the board for the Raiders.
So you can see the placement of the rise ball for Adams is similar to Hardenberger, but the velocity was a little bit different. But still, if you can work that rise ball.
It's like they had the same coach.
Yeah, it's a good out pitch. Like I said, especially against what I've always thought, and just my personal opinion, I'm sure there's a lot of highly paid coaches out there that'll tell me I'm wrong, but that's awesome because they're not here right now and I'm on air. But I've always thought for a power hitter, it's really hard for them to catch up to a rise ball. You know, you got a slap hitter, you got a line drive hitter, somebody that's got a level swing that's going through the zone. You know, generally speaking, the bat's going through your zone a lot longer level. Power hitters tend to have a little bit of an uppercut swing, so you're throwing a rise ball, and I stink at geometry, but you got a rise ball coming in from one side and the bat coming up from the other side. The point of contact has to be just about perfect, and most of the time it ends in a pop out.
So 1-2 count now for McComb. 2 outs on the board. Be hit down third base line.
That was close.
Foul.
That was really, really close. That was just foul.
McComb battling.
You know, McComb has had success. She hit some long bombs last year in the softball season. After her freshman year, she was a 4A player to watch because of her bat. I think she's still a very dangerous hitter. Even though she's number 7 in the lineup, I think she's a very dangerous hitter. That just goes to the proof of how deep this Mustang lineup could be.
So Jones safe at second.
On a straight steal.
High fly ball headed right for our production. That's a home run for McComb. So Mustangs will take a 2-1 advantage. Thought that was headed right for our production guy, Cody Roach.
We had our gloves.
We did. Just needed to be a little more left. I was ready.
We were here. We were ready. I was talking about it. Eve McComb, he was a dangerous hitter. She was dangerous even as a freshman. Last year she hit some long bombs straight at us. We moved from center to left field, and here she is hitting long bombs at us straight again. Deb Haberkamp let me know I'm wrong.
I guess we got to.
I told you somebody out there would tell me I'm wrong.
I was going to say, I think the reason we didn't get one hit out of us is we didn't have our gloves on yet. So.
Of course, Deb, the mother of a good Rock Creek pitcher of years past, and Sophia Haverkamp, 4-year starter for the Mustangs. Spent a day or two in what I will call the Haverkamp practice facility with pitching and hitting. Scott would just like to call it his shed, but he's yet to reclaim that, I think.
2-1 count.
Thanks for letting me know, Deb. Always appreciate it. Three balls, one strike. Haley Smith, your hitter. Flex player in game one. Get a chance to hit here in game two. Shortstop for the Mustangs. Again, your pitcher for the Wamego Raiders is going to be the freshman Landry Adams.
Will be caught by 19 of the Lady Raiders. That'll be Landry Wagner. So head to the bottom of the second as the Raiders get ready to bat.
Beep, 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 boop.
Switch it up. Like to switch it up every once in a while, you know?
Oh, here we go.
There we go.
I kept wondering what was being threatened over there.
I know.
Kept looking over there at Cody Roach. He kept going, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to turn on the no talent camera.
That's right. Now that we got a camera on us, I got to be alert and awake at all times.
Look at Isaiah and his cool shades.
That's right. The shades don't look really cool now. The sun's going down. Kind of looks a little weird, like I got cataracts or something.
That's all right. That looks cooler than my single focal glasses. Not really.
Oh, man. But a beautiful evening here for softball. Winds chilled out a little bit. Was getting a little windy to end game one, but.
Yeah, not much of a wind now. Definitely no wind aid on Eve McComb's home run. That was just a straight shot. I'd like to say, how far did it travel? I'd say it traveled about 230 feet. How far can you travel? Well, ask this sponsor that's not sponsoring our travel.
There you go.
Could be how far did it fly? Leading off for the Raiders here in the bottom of the second inning is going to be the catcher, Oberding. Kohlmeyer on deck.
One count. Bottom of the second, if you're just joining us, Mustangs lead 2-1 after a 2-run homer by Eve McComb.
Oh, just a bit high.
Just a bit high.
Any chance you can throw a Bob Bucher in there, you think you need to take advantage of the opportunity. Just a bit outside. Yeah, I think Ronnie House starting to settle in here just a little bit better. Starting to look a little bit more comfortable out there.
We're going to have a full count now. No outs on the board.
Just missing a little bit low on that. Holberding, the catcher for the Raiders, catching both games.
Just a little inside there for Rottinghouse.
And we're going to have a courtesy runner coming out.
Be number 30 of the Lady Raiders.
It's going to be Couchman. Pretty much been a designated runner for Oberding in all of game one. Probably would look to see, was it Wagner, I believe, 32, pretty much come out running for the pitcher probably. Only 2 players on the bench for the Raiders, both extra runners. Let's talk a little bit about the depth of the Raiders compared to the team they had last year. Probably not near as much depth as what they've had in the past.
And they'll get to throw out at second.
We're not going to make a call. A little confusion out here. I'm kind of curious what happened. I think there's a timeout called and awarded while the pitch was happening.
Shouts out to Cody Liming for the official ruling.
Not sure what his hand signals meant, but
I don't know.
but regardless, no pitch, no throw down, no out. So, guess we'll just go about our life. 0-1 count.
There we go, 0-1 count.
To Kohlmeyer. Mustangs with a 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the second inning. Couchman, your runner at first.
Foul ball.
Well, I thought it was a foul ball, but we have a runner that just advanced to second base on a foul ball, so we got back-to-back. What's the best way I could put this?
Question marks?
Question marks. That's much better than the word I had in mind. So I'm not sure why we're going to have a get-together here. Do we have replay? Don't currently have replay. All right, so we're just going to call that a swing and miss, I guess, is how that will go down in the book, and I'm going to call it a defensive indifference because I'm not going to issue anybody a wild pitch or a pass ball.
Strike is there for Rottinghouse. 0-1 count.
1 out. Couchman, your runner at second base. 1 out here in the bottom of the second inning. I do know that Cody Roach has been working hard on a new scoreboard graphic that will have a lot of this information for you. We'll have that ready to go in an upcoming broadcast. But for now, I would tell you about all the hoops he jumped through just to get a scoreboard at the bottom on this game.
Ad slots available for the scoreboard. Could be sponsored by you. Contact sales at brbc.live with flexible ad packages available.
Yeah, if you want to go out to our Facebook page, we'll actually have a list of our spring broadcasts. We'll be doing both softball and baseball this spring. Mix it up a little bit. We'll still have 11 broadcast opportunities even after tonight. Nice swing and miss there for Rottinghouse to get the out. That'll bring up the leadoff hitter, Peyton Hardenberger, playing third base here in game 2.
One 0 count for Hardenberger.
Hardenberger took a 4-pitch walk in her first at-bat in the first inning.
One runner in scoring position for the Raiders. Bottom of the second.
Rottinghouse struggled a little bit early on in the first, trying to find her groove. Kind of got back into it, finding it now.
Two-one count for Hardenberger. 2 outs on the board.
I hope the umpire makes some kind of vocal gesture on what to strike, because it takes him nearly an entire another pitch to actually raise his arm for one.
Right. I think I said it on Monday's broadcast. I always have a special place in my heart for umpires when they call strikeout and they're like the most animated about it. It just makes, it adds to the game,
Yep, I was pretty boring.
It's a nice
That's
hit from Hardenberger.
coming around third. They got a play at the plate. Slides in just under it. So good piece of base running there by Couchman.
Nice hit from Hardenberger as well as an RBI. We're all knotted up at 2 here at the bottom of the second.
Schultz will be your batter for the Raiders. Playing second base. Hardenberger, your runner at first. 2 outs here for the Mustangs, trying to get out of this inning right here.
Nice pitch from Rottinghouse. 0-1 count.
I forget just how warm having a glove on your hand.
Makes all the difference, man, I'll tell you.
See if we get another chance to catch another ball here tonight.
Staying alive, 0-2 count now. I know, I should have thrown my glove to Cody. He could have got up. I don't know if he was stuck in the recliner or not, but then he made the play.
I have a feeling that he'd have taken down the whole broadcast trying to get up to go catch that. Trip over the recliner, lounger over there, bringing down the broadcast box, Wi-Fi antenna collapsing, and then just you and I just staring at a blank screen.
I was, rocking in the chair over here. There's been a few times it's been a close call. I've almost gone completely over. You'll probably hear it as it happens.
Oh, no.
1-2 count. 2 outs on the board.
I'll be a little more cautious. If I fall out of the chair, I might break a hip.
Staying alive.
Yeah, good battle here between Schultz and Rottinghouse. Little bit of a breeze blowing. Sun just over the top of the trees here. And that was a pretty solid hit by pitch. So we'll give Schultz a few minutes over there to kind of deal with that. Looks like maybe it got her on the inside of her back arm. There's a lick. There's a look right there from our broadcast center, if that's what we would call this, our setup. So this is where we're sitting.
Yep.
This is our view. You don't need to see how we're sitting, but that's where we're sitting.
Yeah.
There's a look at Hardenberger at second base. McCarthy, your batter. Big cut right there. Trying to make it a 5-2 game with one swing.
Be hit past first base. Hardenberger will score. Raiders up on top by 1.
So Raiders right now not getting a lot of big hits, but getting timely hits. 2 out hits right now. Putting up 2 runs with 2 outs. Runners at the corners right now. McCarthy at first, Schultz at third. Rottinghouse still trying to get out of this inning. Already in the second inning, sitting at 48 pitches. Gonna have a ball, gonna have a throw down to third. That runner's back in safe on the attempted pickoff, but McCarthy's gonna go ahead and move down to second base on that pickoff at third. Two O's a count. I don't see Castle warming up anywhere just yet, so Rottinghouse's game right here to get out of this inning. That ball was slicing foul down the right field line. Two balls, one strike. Hitters count to Rosano. Got to be careful right here. 2 runners on. We saw in game 1 just kind of power she has.
Swing and miss. 2-2 count.
2-2 count. I'm going to go to the expert at home. Debbie Haverkamp, what would you have Sophia throw right here? Nice easy ground ball to Killingsworth right there to get out of it.
So head to the top of the third. Raiders lead by 1, 3-2.
Ooh, that's chill.
That was nice. We'll go back to that one.
Oh, no. We gave up 2 runs just now. Now we're down 2-3.
Little freestyle.
Yeah.
Check, mic check. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2.
It's 2 completely different styles right there. I go Las Vegas crooner, and you immediately go South Detroit hip hop.
That's right. There's no in between. You know, you gotta hit him with the quick switch up.
Even there, I just showed my old school rocker by saying South Detroit, like there's really a South Detroit. There's a lake.
Yeah. I have to go angle that camera towards our
something else.
Yeah, the other guy who was sitting next to me. Couldn't think of his name.
Coming up in this half of the inning for the Mustangs, leading off is going to be number 22, Clark. Then they'll roll it back over to the top of the lineup to Tegan Zinger and Killingsworth. That exact same pitch. That's a great answer. Whatever that pitch was, that's what I would go back to.
Should we go top of the third? Swing and miss, strike 1.
Macy Clark getting a start in left field for game 2. If you've been following Back Rows Broadcasting, you probably have heard several of these names during basketball season. Macy Clark also playing basketball for the Rock Creek Mustangs, as well as the pitcher Aislinn Rottinghouse. Third base Brooklyn Plummer.
Left fielder Reese Grady.
she's a designated player in this game. But, yeah, Reese Grady played basketball as well. See if there's anybody else we can think about. Swing and miss. Strikeout, first out of the inning for Landry Adams, pitcher for Wamego Raiders. And that brings us to the top of the Mustang lineup.
High fly ball to Hardenberger. It'll be 2 outs now for the Raiders.
Yeah, it was unfortunate Zinger just missing that. You know, the way she swings her bat, she automatically kind of pushes things to left field. Exactly what you actually want. You come out of the left-hander's box, kind of slap it to left field with her speed, get down the line. A lot of times you can even beat out an infield hit, just trying to drive something just over Hardenberger's head down in the corner. Possibly try to get a double out of that, be on base for Killingsworth, who, again, is probably one of the better all-around hitters for the Mustangs, but looks like she just caught that one just off the end of the bat. Maybe a little bit of a stinger there. Not cold, but it is starting to cool down out here at the Wamego Sport Complex. Of course, I guess they have 2. I don't know if they call this one something different from the football. I'm sure somebody will tell us if it's that big of a deal. Killingsworth down 0-2 right here. See what kind of pitch Adams comes with. She comes with that rise ball. Actually, I think Killingsworth can catch up to that one. Swing and miss through a possible changeup.
So that'll take us to the bottom of the 3rd.
Generally have about a minute to a minute and a half between innings. Just enough time for 2 ad sponsorships. So plenty of ad space available. We'll bring back the Bandit Brain Teaser feature next week when the Mustangs host the Abilene Cowgirls. We'll dig deep into the high school softball record books. And I don't know. Maybe we'll do one high school record. Maybe we'll just do a general fun one that
Be good.
Let us know what you think. Should we
Again, you know,
have general worthless knowledge trivia for at least one of those, and then some informative high school sport trivia for another one?
much like basketball and football season, I will be putting my perfect record on the line.
It's a perfect record until somebody starts keeping track.
Yeah. That's usually what happens. Or until I get one wrong, and then that one doesn't count.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Coming to the bottom of the 3rd here, Wamego Raiders with a 3-2 lead. Aislinn Rottinghouse back out in the circle for the Mustangs. Same defensive lineup. You got Thomason the catcher, McCombs, Killingsworth, Smith, Plummer around the infield, and then Clark, Zinger, Jones left to right in the outfield. Although some kind of a hold up. Looks like there is some kind of a change that the umpire's writing down, but boop, 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 doop. I don't see what that change is. Oh, wait a minute here. That's going to be the change. Reese Grady in at second base for Sam Killingsworth, just getting that grounder. So nice of Adams to hit into that 4-3 put out so we could see the change at second base.
So that'll be Kylie Bosch taking her base. One out here, bottom of the third.
Yeah, you got the number 7 batter coming up right now for the Raiders, Oberding, the catcher. Got one out. 7, 8, 9 hitters coming up. Want to make sure you get your next 2 outs here. Don't roll it back over. Well, we should either have an out at first base or a foul ball. It looks like it's going to be out at first, right, with the sacrifice bunt to advance the runner. Good job by Thomason there to jump on that and get that ball thrown down. Didn't want to take any chances that it was going to be foul. Just went ahead and went through the play. That's what you want to do. Sorry, go ahead.
2 outs remaining, or 2 outs on the board. Bosch will still third. Puts her in scoring position.
Got 2 outs right now. Just focus on the batter. Kohlmeyer, the designated player. So focus on getting that out. Kohlmeyer struck out looking at her last at bat. So you don't want to get too creative here. Again, you're looking at the 8 hitter. Basically just want to try to hit your edges, throw strikes.
3-0 count here.
If you're Kohlmeyer, you're taking all the way right here. 3-0 count. Watch a fastball go right down the middle and didn't even offer. So now you got runners at the corners. Going to see a courtesy runner come in for Kohlmeyer, which I believe has been number 30 Couchman most of the evening. Oh, nope. Sorry, that was for Oberding.
Nice pitch there from Rottinghouse. 0-1 count.
Kohlmeyer advanced to second on defensive indifference. Now you got runners at second and third. And runner's going to score on the wild pitch.
Raiders increased their lead by 2.
This mound visit brought to you by a couple walking shoes. When you got to make that long trip to the circle, make sure you're wearing comfortable shoes. That's right. So out there talking to the freshman pitcher, just trying to calm her back down. Sitting at about 62 pitches on the game. Game not out of hand by any stretch of the means. Our scorekeeper walked away. Isaiah's about to go shut down the entire production by trying to update the score to 2-4. Kohlmeyer, your runner at third base. That ball fouled back. The lights are on.
Yeah, there's a lot of buttons over there.
There's a lot of buttons over there.
I feel like I was in the cockpit of a plane or something.
Yeah, it's state cross country. They're like, just hit cut,
yeah,
go. And I'm like, hit what?
Yeah.
What? I did 3 weeks of research all these runners, so I didn't have to know these buttons.
So we'll head to the top of the 4th.
So that's what you call the perfect circle visit, mound visit right there. Come out, get the swing and miss, and get the third out. Here we go. That's not the right time for that.
Am I early?
You're early. We're going to shut that off right now. We're getting ready to go into the top of the fourth.
Oh, yeah. How could I forget? Still waiting for that opportunity where Judd and I run the broadcast, and both the Codys join you guys here on the broadcast.
Cody Liming on air. It's amazing. The man doesn't even need a microphone. It doesn't matter where you're listening in from. You can hear him. I love the Codys. Without them, none of this would be possible. We just show up and talk, and sometimes Isaiah doesn't even do that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm living up to my name here, showing up 15 minutes before.
I tell you what, Backroads Broadcasting, between you and I, we have the best talent that free can get.
Yeah. Hey, you know that's true.
You can't see it right now, and I'm glad Cody Roach isn't on the camera, but it looks like something out of the movie The Birds happening over here on the tree line. But we get ready to start here in the top of the fourth inning. Leading off for the Mustangs is going to be our new second baseman, Reese Grady.
Swing and a miss, strike one for Grady.
But it's now gotten dark enough out. We can actually see the lights on our own soundboard button, so we can actually see what's happening.
Not only that, but it's a lot easier to look at your Game Changer app, or if I need to read the comments.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, hard to do when it's super bright out. Called strike for strike two. Reese Grady trying to get something started here for the Mustangs on the top of the fourth.
Fly ball to first base. One out for the Raiders.
Hit that one just off the taper of the barrel of the bat, so right in on her hands, pop out to first base for out number one here in the top of the fourth. Brooklyn Plummer, now your batter, playing third base.
Fly ball. Caught at second base. Second out of the inning. 2 up, 2 down for the Raiders.
Yeah, McCarthy, the shortstop, caught that on the second base side a second. Or the first base side a second. I guess you can't have the second base side a second. I'll go ahead and correct myself before somebody else does.
And for those of you that are tuning in, we love interacting with you guys here on the Backroads broadcast. If you do have a word you'd like to work into the broadcast this evening, drop it down below.
Must be high school and work appropriate. Throw that caveat out there right now. Not that Isaiah and I have any problem saying any word in the dictionary. We just don't want to do it live on the broadcast. Two balls, no strikes. Dally Jones. In the circle for the Raiders is freshman Landry Adams. Just hit that off just the end of the barrel of the bat. She's going to beat that out. That's twice tonight. Jones has shown some wheels that I'm not sure I knew she had, but she got down the line there, beat out that for an infield single. She had a straight steal just a couple innings ago as well. It's going to bring up the pitcher, Aislinn Rottinghouse. Looks like she held up her swing. That is a deep ball. That is a no-doubter. Did it stay fair?
Foul. But longest hit of the evening. By far.
Yeah, you know what? Normally I'd question that, but to give them credit, they actually had the foul line all the way out to the standard fence beyond the softball snow fence they have up. Yeah, I'm going to measure that one at, that bad boy was probably around 240, 250 feet. That landed about halfway in between the 300-foot fence and a 200-foot fence. That was a crush of a foul ball. Which I guess, needless to say, that Ace on Riding House can hit a ball a long ways.
Staying alive. 1-2 count now for Riding House.
So, unfortunate for the Mustangs and Ace on Riding House right there. That long drive just foul. Works the count back even, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Mustangs with 2 runs. To Wamego's 4 runs here in the 4th inning. Numerology is interesting. Now that one's staying
That
fair.
one's good.
That's going to land in about the same spot.
2-run homer for Ace and Riding House.
We may have accidentally got on our center field camera there as he was trying to track that ball. But, yeah, that one was a no-doubter that stayed fair. I'll put that at about – how far did that travel, Isaiah?
225.
Wrong.
Oh. Well.
Let's see. That's 300. That's
my tape
200.
measure.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to say that's probably about a 240-foot, 250-foot shot.
I was close. I was close.
Ace on Riding House, 2-run home run here in the top of the 4th, tying it up 4-all on a tape measure. Home run is what they'd call that, but yeah. How far did it fly? We don't have Southwest Airlines, but about 240 feet.
Up to bat now for the Mustangs. Number 32, Eve McComb. Also had a homer on her last at-bat.
Yep. Both of those home runs could have been brought to you by your company. Rise ball. McComb went up to go get it. Fouled that one back. Yeah, that was about a moonshot. I'm not sure I've seen a ball hit that far, that hard before, but there was no wind blowing. So, ball is flying out tonight. Right kind of temperature. Low humidity, cool weather, but not cold.
Three-one count now for McComb.
Wonder if I should give up our seat to our camera operator out there in center field. Looks like he's getting pretty tired standing. Called strike there on the outside corner. That's going to bring the count full here.
Or, I mean, I could switch.
Nah.
See if he wants to come on the air.
Nah. That's all right. You can stay here with me, Isaiah. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and miss for the 3rd out of the inning. But Mustangs get 2 more back at the top of the 4th on a 2-run home run by Ace on Riding House. The no-doubter by the freshman. That'll bring us to the bottom of the 4th inning. All knotted up at 4. Leading off for the Raiders in the bottom half of the 4th inning. It's going to be Hardenberger, followed by Schultz, then McCarthy. Hardenberger, leadoff hitter that can hit with a little bit of power of her own. One for one in this game with a walk in the 1st inning. Hard single to right field in her 2nd at bat. Yeah, we talked about it at the beginning of the game. I thought the Mustangs offense was pretty potent possibilities from basically the top to the bottom, and seeing a little bit of that right there in that last inning with number 6 hitter driving for a 2-run bomb, as well as the number 7 hitter, Eve McCombs, having a home run earlier in the game. So if you're getting that kind of production out of your 6 and 7 hitters, you got a pretty deep lineup.
Hardenberger will lead off for the Raiders. All knotted up at 4 here, bottom of the 4th. A 1 count.
Nice pitch right at the knees there by Rottinghouse.
Starting to find the rhythm here. 0-2 count now for Hardenberger.
Now's a good time. It's a good batter to find that groove. Like I said, Hardenberger is capable of hitting one pretty far. But good job there by Rottinghouse. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, getting the first out. Kind of renewed vigor there by the freshman pitcher after crushing a couple balls, 1 foul, 1 fair. Both about 240 to 250 feet. Can hear regulation
in a row for Rottinghouse here.
My chair made quite a little dent in the ground I'm out standing in.
He fired over to Grady. Overthrown to McComb on first.
Actually, it looks like Killingsworth is back in at second base there. Got to the ball quickly, but just tried to come up firing too quick, spiked the ball right into the ground. Let the runner be safe at first and advance to second with that error.
So runner will advance to third. In scoring position now for the Raiders. That's number 20.
Schultz. Yes, you got to think if Rottinghouse is a freshman, get a little bit more consistent, find their zones. Several of the scoring opportunities and scores that the Raiders had have been on wild pitches or pass balls.
2 outs on the board for the Mustangs, 4-4 here, bottom of the 4th inning.
So I can think of at least 2 runs that have probably been scored off of wild pitches or pass balls. So, you know, you eliminate those kind of errors, and then all of a sudden, you know, Mustangs right now maybe have a 4-2 lead, maybe even a 4-1 lead. You know, it's kind of roll the dice sometimes with freshmen. They can have a lot of talent and just raw talent, so you're still trying to kind of learn and find that groove. But, yeah, there's some young players on this Mustang team that have a lot of potential. And showing it right here, tied 4-4 with the defending 4A state champions.
Nice stop by Killingsworth. Can she get her out at first? Should be safe.
That was a tough play by Killingsworth. She'll tell you she should have had that, but she was ranging a long ways to her left. Just to get her glove on the ball was pretty impressive anyways. Got it knocked down, and unfortunately just couldn't get it picked up and get it over to first in time. Going to allow the go-ahead run to
a 1 count. Tries to throw out at second. Should be safe. Almost a dangerous throw there for the Mustangs.
So Adams is going to be your batter. Rosano at second.
Rosano staying alive.
Adams. Rosano's at second. Who's on first? 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th.
Rosano still to third.
Yeah, easy stolen bases. Ridinghouse rolls one up there for the second ball. Swing and miss.
So we'll head to the top of the 5th. Mustangs down by 1.
I will let you have it this time.
Me?
Yep.
I thought I'd let the
Take
people at home sing.
Yeah.
To the ball game.
Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. One more for good measure, Jed.
Me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back or root for the home team. Visitors, actually. They don't, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Let's
Stay tuned for
let's get some runs, as Bill Murray would say.
Jed and Isaiah's debut album. Singing all your favorites, all your classics on one
All your
double-sided CD.
all your vaudeville classics.
From Take Me Out to the Ball Game to Christmas. You know, we got it all here for you.
I'm sure there's a whole bunch.
Yeah. That's why it's 2 sides. That's why it says 2.
I was born in a coal mine. Haley Smith, your batter to start off the top of the 5th inning. Lays down a beautiful bunt. See if she can get it beat out. Oh. Looks like it was just foul. It's one of those bunts that's kind of dangerous because you almost step on it. It almost hits your bat. Both would be an automatic out.
0-2 count now for Smith.
So this is kind of where the luxury of actually making Hardenberger pitch 7 full innings. Again, you know, normally a starting pitcher last year, she had to come back in and relief pitching. Not something she's normally used to. Wasn't a fan of it last year when she got brought back in. But, you know, having her pitch 90 pitches in the first game, she's not even an option here. So this game's really going to be done by the freshman pitcher.
Smith staying alive. Two count now for Smith. Last pitch a little high for Adams.
Good at bat here by Smith. Down 0-2. Managed to work the count all the way back to full. 3-2. Really going to have to force Adams to bring a pitch to her now. Way to hold it. Tough to hold that swing back once you get going, but she did a good job checking her swing, pulling the walk. I'll bring up Macy Clark. So the struggle to lay down the bunt continues for the Mustangs here in game 2.
Smith safe at second.
Yeah, all of our setup takes quite a bit of power. We have no plug-ins out here in the middle of the outfield. We did have the NASA solar array out earlier. There's a good bunt laid down by Clark. That's going to advance the runner over to third. Good job by Clark doing her job. Sacrifice bunt to move Smith over to third.
Some Mustangs in position to tie this one up here. Be back at the top of the order for the Mustangs. Tegan Zinger leading off.
Yeah, so right where you want to be if you're the Mustangs. You got your lead off, 1, 2, 3, ready to go here with only one out. Runner at third.
A 1 count. 1 out on the board.
Yeah, he's been calling that high pitch the last few innings a little bit more often as a strike, so you got to be aware of that. Nice foul off. I got to tell you, folks, you can't probably see it, but from our vantage point, beautiful sunset behind home plate right now with the clouds. Various shades of pink and purple and lavenders on the blue back set. I think Cody Roach, the professional photographer behind us, is probably taking pictures. Posting an amazing image. If you could. Oh, nice hit right back up the middle by Zinger. That's going to score Smith from third.
We're all tied up at 5. It's good. It's good. Cody took a picture. Got my good angle there.
Yeah. The only angle of mine that'd be even better is if I was, like, I don't know, not in it. Killingsworth coming to the plate. Love nothing more right here than to get a hit. Feels responsible for an error to let it run in. Work the count here, try to get in a hitter's count. Killingsworth a dangerous hitter if she can get into a hitter's count. Got a hitter's count right there, right now, 2-0. Adams really doesn't want to go down 3-0 to Killingsworth, not with 3, 4, 5 hitters on deck. Killingsworth's going to be looking for something right in her zone right here. She got it, too. It's just as usually the problem with Killingsworth is just on the ball so quick.
We kind of saw that with Ridinghouse after her 2-run homer. A little early to the ball.
Yep.
2 foul, and then, you know, that homer that she hit as well. So
if there's any complaint you can make about Killingsworth's swing is that it's too fast to the ball.
It's not a bad thing.
No, not at all.
3-1 count for Killingsworth.
Especially when, you deal with a pitcher like they did in game 1.
Right,
So
right.
it's just a matter of now trying to hold back. And she did there again. So I remember years ago, I was coaching a girl. She was always, no matter what bat she used, first to the ball, always left side, foul, foul, foul. And it was hard to try to teach her. It's like when you want to swing, wait, and one, and then swing. And she kind of got good at that. And for a summer for me, she hit lights out. But, when you get so used to super fast pitching and all of a sudden you have a pitcher that's not quite as fast, trying to lay back, stay back just long enough to try to drive the ball, sometimes difficult. So
This breaking action brought to you by Backroads Broadcasting.
Yeah, Backroads Broadcasting, sure. Let's go ahead and do the bottom one, Isaiah.
Do you have an idea for a new show or broadcast opportunity but don't know how to get started? Contact Backroads Broadcasting today. Backroads Broadcasting is currently looking for entertainment events, shows, and content creators for our BRB channel. Podcast skill shows, talk shows, how-to, instructional, or hobbyist shows, or even parades, music festivals, or non-school sports productions. Contact us today at sales@brbc.live or drop us a line on any of our social media sites at brbc.live.
Reese Grady up the bat. Good job, Isaiah. That was a lot of words in there I threw at you.
You did. Threw me a little bit of a curveball. I thought you were going to have me read the one I've already read before.
Mustangs with runners at first, second. Zinger at second in scoring position. Grady can get something to the right side. Try to push it to the right. Zinger can score from second easily. About the only thing that'll keep Zinger from scoring right now, and a hit to the outfield is something that's pulled to the left side. Kind of your job right now as a hitter, as a coach, you're really wanting them to get your hands out in front, throw that knob to the ball so the barrel's back a little late, back behind.
2-1 count for Grady.
And try to drive it to the right side. Anything to the right side will score Zinger from second.
Grady staying alive.
Again, that's sometimes easier said than done. A lot of times the way people are taught to swing nowadays for so much power that basically it's all pull, a lot of pull hitting. So I think the art of hitting opposite direction is really starting to die in the game of baseball and softball.
Full count for Grady. Here, top of the fifth. All knotted up at 5. Hit to shortstop, fires over to first. She's safe. Bases loaded for the Mustangs.
Yeah, I think they're going to have a conversation here. I don't think there's any way. They're going to try to call Zinger out on an interference, but she didn't interfere with that play whatsoever. She didn't run into the runner. She has a right to the baseline as well. So just because the defender stayed back doesn't mean that Zinger can't run in front. Usually the only time a runner interference is called is if they actually run into the player. Oh, and that is the utmost incorrect call that I could possibly perceive. And the fact that he had to go ask somebody else to make the call tells me right now he doesn't actually know the rule. But she is in the baseline. She has the opportunity to run in the baseline. She did not make contact with a defensive player whatsoever. So, absolute incorrect call, no matter how you want to look at it, no matter who you're cheering for here. And Rock Creek fans upset, and rightfully so.
Swing and miss, strike 1 for Jones.
So I think right now, if you're Coach Brummett, you got to let Plummer know, hey, don't worry about that. Don't try to kill the ball. Don't try to end the game right here. You can't do it anyways on the top of the fifth. Yeah, it's disappointing. It was incorrect, but we got to get our heads back in it right here.
Overthrown to first. Killingsworth will score. Sends Greedy on. She'll score. And Plummer's on base with a triple.
That's going to be a single and a two-base error, but that's all right. I'll let you have that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Debbie agreeing with you, Judd. Horrible call.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the Mustangs should have had 3 runs there. But I guess a little bit of karma. Instead of immediately getting the third out, Plummer comes through, puts the ball in play. We kind of talked about it early on. Put the ball in play. And let's see what the defense could do. You know, Wamego's defenders for a long time don't really have to play defense. I mean, you didn't have to play much defense with Hardenberger in the circle. So they are prone to some errors here and there. Now, this is one of those games now where you hope it doesn't come down to the final being a one-run, one what direction or the other, because then it's always going to be a question mark of what should have been based off of that call.
He poked out to center field. So 2-run inning for the Mustangs. They lead by 2 here as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, so I guess you got a really low moment followed by a really high moment there for the Mustangs, and vice versa there for the Raiders a little bit. So Mustangs take that 2-run lead, leading 7-5 right now, going to the bottom of the 5th. So just stay focused. Got to play defense behind Rottinghouse. In position right now for the Mustangs are to get a win against a Raider team that, quite frankly, they've struggled even playing with the last few years. I'm not really sure when the last time Rock Creek had a win against Wamego. If any of our listeners at home can remember a time, I can't. I'm even trying to think back into the years where my daughters were playing. I feel like even then we struggled getting a win against Wamego. But different season, different teams. We talked about it coming in. You know, I had a talk with the Coach Luke Meyer for the Raiders before the game. I was kind of telling him, I was like, I feel like this Mustang team's probably a little bit deeper at pitching, a little bit better at pitching they were last year. Like they're a little bit better at defense, like they're a little bit better with the bats. I just think it's an all-around better team. Even though they're probably a little younger than they were last year, I think the talent is just a little bit better in what they have. And I think the talent they've got coming up through is going to be good for a few years yet. And he said, you know, there's some question marks. Again, we talked about it. You lose 9 seniors off a team, there's going to be question marks. How is your team going to respond? How are they going to deal, you know, going against a good live pitcher, because they don't see a lot of live pitching during practice.
Nice pitch there from Rottinghouse. 1-1 count.
He even said, you know, trying to make sure your defense stays awake behind your pitcher. Sometimes you can get lulled to sleep sitting behind good pitching all the time when hits are very rare.
Leslie Campbell says last time was 2015. So that was my junior year of high school.
I was wondering, because I was thinking even through.
I was going to mention that earlier. I think it was once when I was in high school, but I wasn't for sure.
So my daughter would have been a freshman in 16, and I didn't think they'd ever won since she'd been. So I had 16 through 21 covered, and I didn't think there'd been a win in that time frame. There were some close games. There were some very contested games, but.
Nice pitch from Rottinghouse. It's the first out of the inning, or bottom of the inning.
Olberding will be your batter for the Raiders. She had a walk in her first at bat, sacrifice bunt in her second at bat. So you're dealing with the 7, 8, 9 hitters right now, potentially for the Raiders here in the bottom of the 5th.
Batter staying alive.
So Rottinghouse has struggled at times finding the zone. Other times she's just throwing absolute darts. As a coach, at times I would call that effectively wild. Keeps the batters guessing just enough with your wildness. And honestly, if you've hit a couple batters, they don't get too comfortable in the box either. So
Right. Yeah, definitely.
And that's okay as well. I think as a pitcher, no matter what you're trying to do, I think you want the batter to be uncomfortable in the box. Kind of a check swing off to the right side there. That's going to drop just foul. So Leslie Campbell, thank you for that answer, 2015. I'm curious, Leslie, did you have daughters that played softball for Rock Creek?
Full count here.
Oh, it's a nice piece of hitting right there. Good line drive single out to right center.
2012 to 2015, Rock Creek went to state tournament and was runner-up twice.
Would Bree Campbell have been a pitcher at that point in time? We're asking the listeners at home now. We're carrying on a conversation with people we can't see, but hey, as long as they're interacting, let's keep them interacting, right? We're all in this together. Good pitch, just miss in there, Rottinghouse on Colemeyer, designated player. Blair, okay. She offered strike.
1-1 count.
Let's see. A couple of those, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't those state tournaments at Annenberg Park in Manhattan? Feel like in that time frame? So I got to experience a trip to state my youngest daughter's senior year at Annenberg Park in Manhattan. Where I think they lost in the first round to the eventual state champion. And I think the closest game that state champion had that whole tournament was against Rock Creek.
Nice job there by Ace and Rottinghouse. 2 outs on the board. So, yes, in 2012.
Ah. I'm sure Debbie Haverkamp can correct me if I was wrong on
2012. Shout out to our camera operator and producers. That was their graduating year.
Yeah, I'm old.
2004 was in Manhattan, and RC softball made it to state.
Foul ball off to the right side. Darren McComb going to catch that. That's going to be out number 3.
And they played at Hummer Park in 2015.
Should write these down. May have some trivia questions later on in the year for those listening at home. That'll bring us to the end of the 5th inning. Mustangs holding on to a 7-5 lead over the home team, the Wamego Raiders.
And 2009 was in Manhattan, and they finished second.
So that was before I started tracking. We joined the Rock Creek family in fall of 2011. So it would have been spring of 12. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Debbie, for interacting with us here. Mustangs clinging to a 2-run lead. Coming to the top of the 6th inning, leading off. It's going to be the bomb threat, Aislinn Rottinghouse.
Miss Roach made it to state in 2012 and got second.
Oh, look at that, BK jumping in there. Not only is he on the broadcast, but sometimes he likes to get involved in the commentary.
That's right. So just a heads up for those listening, we're about 20% on our battery box here. So if we do drop out, we've expressed all of our options. So hopefully with an inning to play, we should be good to go. But just in case we randomly lose connection, that would be why.
That's going to be like the Heidi Bowl. It's going to be a pivotal moment in the 7th, and we're just going to go dark.
A high fly ball, and then we'll leave everybody.
That ball is back. It could be. We'll
never know.
Technical difficulties. We'll make sure have Cody get his phone out and log on to Facebook and start the camera feed going live.
Yeah, we could.
Facebook Live out the rest of the game.
I mean, worst case scenario, we could do that.
All the professionals around us are going, no, we're not doing a dad show. Come on, do a dad show. Dad with the iPhone commentating. Nice rip there. Just foul. About a foot foul there for Ridinghouse, hitting out her second of the game and as many at-bats.
And another good distance there, even on the foul.
Yeah, that had stayed fair. You know what? I don't know if that had cleared the fence if it was fair, but it was a deep shot. It had probably got caught in the fisherman's net that is the fence here. Big swing and miss there for the first out. Bring up Eve McComb, first base. 1 for 2 in the evening. Homer in her first at bat. Struck out swinging in her last at bat.
Good string of batters here for the Mustangs. Going from Aislinn Ridinghouse to Eve McComb. 2 power hitters.
Yeah, and I question how far into the season they continue batting 6th and 7th in this lineup.
It's a good 1-2 punch right there.
It is a good 1-2 punch. Traditionally 4-5 style hitters, but again, I mean, Plummer can hit home runs, Jones can hit home runs, Killingsworth can hit home runs. When they're on, they're on.
1-1 count for McComb.
What we've seen in the past of this team, and I think we'll see it again this year, you know, Ridinghouse is obviously crushing the ball that we've seen, even the shots going foul. But you throw out an elite pitcher like Hardenberger, and then, you know, even if you've got average to good pitchers, this team can hit average to good pitchers, and they'll absolutely feast on bad pitching.
Three 3-1 count for McComb.
Nice hitter's count right here. She's looking for something right down the middle. She's going to go ahead and take it.
Right field. There'll be 2 outs here at the top of the 6th. Mustangs lead by 2.
So again, if you're just joining us, we are running on battery power out here at Wamego, and we are getting low on the power. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter right now coming in for the Mustangs. Looks like it's going to be Chloe Purvis from here, but I didn't see the number.
One-0 count.
Just doesn't quite get the back.
I know.
Just enough to see a number.
Doesn't help that there's no number on the front either.
No. Have to talk to Brumman about these uniforms.
2-1 count now. I thought it was 12, but
I think it might be 13. I think it's Chloe Purvis.
2-2 count now for Purvis.
Yeah, 13, Chloe Purvis.
There we go.
Finally,
Didn't need the binoculars.
Finally got a shot of the number there. I'm not sure the binoculars would have helped this point in time. Our screen probably has zoomed in better, and I could have seen through the binoculars.
True.
So Chloe Purvis, catcher game 1, coming off the bench, pitch hit for Haley Smith.
Purvis staying alive. 2-2 count still. 2 outs on the board.
Always got to be ready to play when you're in the dugout. Never know when your number's going to get called to come out. Kind of tough to come in, pitch hit after sitting.
Full count now for Purvis.
For an entire game. At least it hasn't been like 20 degrees or anything like that, but
yeah, right.
I'm sure catching a whole game 1, and then, of course, I don't know. Their bodies are a little bit more flexible and recover quicker, but catch game 1, sit around most of game 2. Putting up a good battle right here, right now.
Is that a possible Brandon brain teaser? What's been the longest at bat?
Could be. We'll see. Right now, pitch count getting kind of high for Landry Adams. Unofficially at about 115 pitches here on the BRB counter. No pitch count limitations in fast pitch softball in high school like there is with baseball.
Purvis staying alive. Good battle here.
Yeah, Adams may be getting a little bit tired. Fastball maybe doesn't have as much sting to it, which makes the changeup, not look quite as different.
Fired over to shortstop, makes the play. Led to the bottom of the 6th. Mustangs still lead by 2. Just tuning in now. Welcome. Judge McCormick, Isaiah Dobbins here.
Yeah, you're missing a good one if you're just tuning in now. Mustangs
follow the Yellow Brick Road down to Wamego, Kansas. We got some softball going on.
That's probably one of the biggest debates. How do you actually pronounce the name of the town? I hear it like 3 or 4 different ways. I always get cracked up at the different ways I hear, even by the folks that live here. There's the traditional Wamego.
It's like when I've told people that St. George, small town, Kansas. So sometimes I'll say I'm from Manhattan, and the Little Apple, and they're like New York, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, Lower East Side.
right.
Actually, when I lived in Manhattan, I lived on the Upper East Side. If you're not familiar with Manhattan, the Upper East Side would be, the posh area. I believe that's where the Jeffersons moved to.
Right.
They moved on up to the East Side.
Yeah. So back to the top of the order for the Raiders. Peyton Hardenberger leading off.
Yeah, Rottinghouse back out on the mound, getting ready to throw pitch 100 according to my count. So her pitch count's getting a little bit high as well. Don't know if Castle's available to come in for a save or not, or if it's even a route they would go.
Second pitch goes foul, 1-1 count for Hardenberger.
But this could be your ball game right here. You got the 1, 2, 3 hitters of the Raiders right now. You want to get these out. You do not want them to start scoring. You get through these. Might make the 7th inning just a little bit easier.
2-1 count now. So going to miss strike 2.
But yeah, in my opinion, this is the more important inning right now. top of the lineup up here.
Full count now.
Ridinghouse doesn't appear to have lost any zip on her fastball. Hardenberger draws a leadoff walk. And we're going to have a pinch runner come in for Hardenberger. That's going to be number 32. That is Morgan Evans. So Evans will run for Hardenberger. Hardenberger will be able to re-enter on the defensive side. So you can do a sub and a re-entry of the player. You can only do that once to keep people from just going back and forth an entire game.
There's the 1-0 count.
Right now, a lot of pressure on Thomason back there behind the plate. You want to do everything you can. Make sure you do not let the ball by you, as we've seen a couple times tonight. Pass balls, wild pitches have actually scored a few runs.
Lays down the bunt. Fires over to first. Should be safe.
It's going to be a foul ball. Just rolled foul right there at the end, right before Plummer picked it up. So that was almost a perfect bunt. But that'll move the count to 1-1. I see 21% on the little battery pack down there.
We should be fine.
We should be fine. Well, there you got it, folks.
It drops below 10.
Punxsutawney Phil says spring is on its way.
That's right.
Good. It's good.
One runner in scoring position for the Raiders. 3-1 count. Nice pitch there from Ridinghouse. Full count now. No outs on the board.
So I know the Mustangs currently have a 7-5 lead. One out here in the bottom of the sixth inning, but you know, I'm still going to say Wamego's still got to be the team to beat come state, because you got to think all they got to do is play 3 games. I have a hard time believing anybody other than Peyton Hardenberger is going to be pitching any of those 3 games. So really, if they make it to state, they can win all 3 games 1-0 probably.
Right.
And so Evans advances to second base on a pass ball and to third base on a wild pitch. So 60 feet away here with 1 out. McCarthy, your batter. All McCarthy's trying to do is put the ball in play anywhere. It doesn't matter. That'll score a run. Oh, big drop right there by Jones. Trying to set up to make the throw home. You got to make the catch first. Unfortunately, drops the ball.
It's now just a 1-run lead for the Mustangs with a tying run on third. 1 out here at the bottom of the 6th.
Yeah, credit to McCarthy there. Didn't take it for granted. Didn't jog to first base. So something to be learned there by you young kids out there watching. She ran hard out of the box, even though it looked like it guaranteed out in the outfield. Ball dropped. She easily advanced to third base on the drop. So she was running the whole time and didn't accept that it was just going to be an easy out.
1-1 count. Nice pitch there from Ridinghouse.
In a dangerous position right now. We know Rosano has power. Again, all she has to do is put it in place somewhere. It doesn't really matter where. Going to pretty much score the tying run.
1-2 count for Rosano.
About the only way a ball in play wouldn't score runs if it's hit really hard right back to like Plummer.
Staying alive.
Obviously, the ideal out right here for the Mustangs would be the strikeout. Looks to me like the infield's playing normal, so they're not playing up to try to get the out at home. Nice pitch right there.
2 outs on the board for the Mustangs here at the bottom of the 6th.
Caught Rosano looking at a knee-high fastball right on the inside corner. Big strikeout there for Rottinghouse, much needed. That's going to bring up the pitcher for the Raiders, Landry Adams. 2 down for the Mustangs, looking to get out of this with the lead.
First pitch for Adams goes foul. 0-1 count. Second pitch is foul. 0-2 count now for Adams.
So I think based off of the last 2 foul balls I've seen, and of course I'm going to get this wrong, but I think you cheat Smith up the middle a little bit, Killingsworth over the left side a little bit. Adams is just in protect mode. Every connection's been a foul ball off to the right side, so obviously you're not going to change the way you're pitching her, but yeah, I think you have Killingsworth cheat just a little bit towards the line. Smith is a shortstop, maybe up the middle just a little bit. Keep pitching her to the outside of the plate so she can't pull the ball.
1-2 count now for Adams. Steals home. And runner's safe. Kind of found the right timing there.
Delayed steals and throwing back to the pitcher. It's always a question mark. Basically, the runner, once they start in a forward motion, as long as they keep slowly moving forward, they do not have to go back. Once the ball is back in a circle, they can keep going forward. So,
tie ball game, fielded by Killingsworth, fires over to first. Got her out it. First, Mustangs end the inning there as we head to the top of the 7th. Tie ball game.
yeah, it's a good timely steal right there. They don't make the steal. They don't get that run because they'd have gotten the 3rd out. So here we are, tied at 7. Top of the 7th, Mustangs' last chance to try to get a run on the board. Sitting at about
19%.
19% on the battery.
I almost sharing battery percentage with that. It's kind of how my phone looks at the end of the evening as well.
Yeah, what we did not account for is potential of extra innings.
Yeah, no kidding.
Speaking of battery, let's see where I'm sitting.
I mean, right now, obviously, I'm good. I'm 45, but usually.
I am sitting at 28.
Oh. Looks like we're going to have a new pitcher in for the Raiders here. I think they might have brought Hardenberger back to the mound, and they did to close this one out.
Yeah, pretty, I would say tough, but Hardenberger can handle it. Probably not our favorite thing to have to do to come back in. And
Well, you know, when you're putting up numbers like that, I would assume that you've been in this situation a time or two.
Yeah, the only thing about that is, again, you as a pitcher, you kind of have a routine, especially somebody like her and the skill she has. She has a routine that warm up. So she really hasn't gone through a full warm-up now and, better part of probably 5 hours.
Yeah.
So she went through a full warm-up. It's been about 2.5 hours since she really last threw a pitch. She really only has about 5 or 6 pitches to get warmed up. Granted, she didn't throw 120 pitches in game 1. She did throw close to 90, so it's probably the most she's had to throw so far this season. But yeah, it's probably expect to see this a little bit more out of the Raiders this season whenever they're getting challenged when she's not on or in the circle. Really what you probably hate to see right now if you're the Raiders and what the Mustangs want to try to do is, yeah, they may struggle to get a run off of Peyton Hardenberger, but they can also bring Castle out and they can go another 2 or 3 innings and force Hardenberger to throw 140, 150 pitches on the night being cold. That might be something that is at a disadvantage for them down the road.
Right.
I think regardless of this outcome, obviously the Mustangs want to win here. They'd love nothing more than to win, but you got to be happy with the way the offense is produced in game 2. Really, that's been mental mistakes. It's let Wamego score 7 runs. They haven't necessarily gotten beat. They really have kind of given them up.
Exactly. 2-0 count. Bunt goes foul. Just surprised that made contact there.
Yeah, that pitch was kind of coming up and in. I think it was a little closer to Clark's face than what she liked, but managed to get the bat on the ball, but it just foul. But now it's 1 ball, 2 strikes, so she's going to have to swing away here. Clark has not seen Hardenberger before, so. And there's a rise ball we kept seeing in game 1. Still just as effective. It's hard to explain to folks that aren't familiar how much that just looks like a straight fastball that just you expect to stay on the plane about halfway to home plate and it just keeps going up on you. So you're swinging where you think it's going to be and it just keeps going up.
Reminds me of a shot in golf called the Stinger. Starts off really low, rises up at the peak. So
that's exactly right. You get that weird backspin on it and you just –
back at the top of the lineup for the Mustangs, Tegan Zinger leading things off. 1 out on the board, 1-0 or 0-1 count for Zinger. At the top of the 7th.
One nice thing for the batters right now is that it's calm. So the wind's completely died down, so you don't have to worry about the wind affecting the ball being pitched any more than what it's already doing with her pitching.
Zinger staying alive.
And even though she looks like she's still effective as a pitcher, I don't think she looks quite as effective as she was in game 1. And again, part of that is you're sitting over there at third base for the last 2 hours doing nothing but overhand throws, and you basically get about 10 underhand pitches to get ready to go. So she's probably still in warm-up mode. So she may actually get more effective as she goes into more pitches with more batters. But again, the batters aren't backing down. They're still in it, trying to put a ball in play.
Zinger staying alive. That'll be foul by the Raider dugout.
I can tell you, if the Mustangs could actually pull off this win, not only that, but could actually pick up a win right now off of Hardenberger, because right now there's no winning or losing pitcher of record. So if they could actually scratch across the run and then hold them, Hardenberger is actually would be on the hook to take the loss right now. So it's either going to be a win or a loss for Peyton Hardenberger in game 2.
Fielded by the shortstop, And Zinger will be out at first. 2 outs for the Raiders. Solid hit there from Zinger.
Yeah, it was a good at-bat by Zinger. Fouled off a couple of really, really good pitches, was down in the count. Still managed to get a ball in play, decent ball in play again with her speed.
Almost there.
Almost there, so it's not a guarantee. Just hitting one on the infield is going to be an out with Zinger running the bases. And we saw right at the end of game 1, Killingsworth was just off. Just underneath one that fouled straight back and just slightly under another one that popped out to left field.
Opportunity to get it back, though, here.
Yep, her timing was on. It was just squaring it up. Again, right there, fouling one straight back. It's so close. You don't realize how close that is to being a line drive into a gap when it's fouled back like that.
It'd be cool. I know this is probably out of the scope of our technology, but I always do enjoy when I do watch an MLB game and there is a foul tip or a strike. They show the bat trajectory and how far they were in front and behind it. Be kind of cool to see. So
Hardenberger
comes in and does what she does.
Yeah, we talked about it, though. It's an uncomfortable spot for her. I mean, she does a good job anyways, but, yeah, she knows what her role is with the team. That is to be the starting pitcher, is to be an ace, There wasn't many times last year she got called back into a game, late in the game. Maya Gallagher was a quality pitcher as well. And this could be a sign of things to come, Wamego, they're probably going to, if they play Rossville or Silver Lake on their schedule this year. I'm not sure what it is. Those are going to be 2 very highly competitive teams.
Right.
And if they're,
And you think about it, flash forward to next year, we get this contest 2 times a year. Not only just once in an exhibition, but.
Well, it'll be a league game, so yeah, for sure. And I think what'll be a big question mark for, the Mustangs coming over to this league is they already play a lot of those teams. We play Abilene, we play Chapman, we play Clay Center, we play Wamego in non-conference. About the only team currently in the league that they don't play is Marysville and Concordia. But, when you switch over, do you keep playing teams like a Rossville and a Silver Lake? Or, there's only so many teams in the area you can play. Yep. And unfortunately, we've talked about it before, there's so many good teams in the area.
It is.
How far are you willing to travel to try to play some teams where you're not beating each other up all year?
Right. And we talked about it during basketball, too, just how much of a gauntlet that sub-state can be. And it's only going to get more interesting next year with Rock Creek joining the NCKL.
Absolutely. Number 6 batter, 6'7", due up for the Raiders. Bosch, your batter.
First pitch for Rottinghouse.
So, much to the chagrin of most Rock Creek Mustang fans, it looks like this game may come down to a botched call. But you can also look at the fact, Mustangs had some errors, had some pass balls, some wild pitches. Again, they should really actually have a 2 or 3 run comfortable lead. But mistakes have cost them that. So it doesn't, we can focus on the one mistake the umpire made, but really there's been several mistakes that the players have made as well throughout the game that's allowed.
3 up, 3 down for the first out for the Mustangs. And for the battery update, it's at about 17%. So like Judd and I said earlier in the broadcast, if we randomly drop out, it'll be because we have no power. Nice stretch by McComb to make the play at first. 2 up, 2 down for the Mustangs.
Yeah, so right now the Mustangs they have no other option. They got to keep matching whatever outs Hardenberger gets. The Mustangs have to match.
And really, early here, kind of their best defensive outing of the evening here. 2 quick outs, the first 3 strikes from Rottinghouse.
Sorry, I like getting like.
No, you're good. You're good.
Smelling like an ozone smell.
Oh, like something's burning?
Yeah, like an electrical burn. I hope there's nothing wrong with the box. 1-1.
One count, 2 outs on the board. 1-2 count now. Two count. And 3 up, 3 down for the Mustangs. As we head to the 8th inning. Or, yeah, 8th inning.
Yeah, I apparently missed an out in the midst of my worrying about the ozone smell. It smells like an electrical fire happening out in this area, so we are all making sure our equipment's all good.
Yeah, we had to give one of your producers a heart attack. Just say, smells like some burning.
smells like a big, expensive electrical box on fire somewhere. No panics.
No, nothing's wrong with that.
So Hardenberger back out in relief in our 2nd inning. Mustangs looking to break through.
Now, I might be the only one that doesn't know this here, Judd, but as far as extra innings, how many extra innings do we have in softball?
As many as it takes.
There we go.
So, unlike MLB spring training, it don't end in a tie.
I like that. A little update for you. 6-seed Clemson beats 2-seed Arizona, March Madness.
Oh, yeah, that's happening.
Kind of a bracket buster, if you will. As well as UConn beat San Diego State 82-52 with 2 games left to play. Alabama, North Carolina, Illinois, and Iowa State.
UConn's going to win it all again.
Think so?
Why not? They don't get beat up all year in the league they're in like everybody else.
That's fair. That's fair.
They're really, really good, and they're in a mediocre conference, so they don't get beat up all year. You can be really, really good in the Big 12, and how many of the top scorers out of the Big 12 actually got to play in the tournament?
Big 12 about to get even more interesting here.
Yep.
Colorado, Arizona State, Arizona.
Don't forget the Utes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And Utah. Yep.
The UUU.
Swing and miss, strike 2.
As my cousin Vinny would say, the 2 Utes. Yeah, Utes. Good eye there by Grady.
So not only battery power running low, monitor running at 20% as well.
Yeah, monitor at 20%. The box at 16%. My phone's at 20%.
20%.
Well, the good news is we said we were afraid we were going to go dark in the 7th. We survived that.
That's true.
Now we're going to go dark in extras.
Like I said, we'll probably use our phone and Facebook live stream.
Yeah, we may have to Twitter update. So
there we go.
If you follow Backroads Broadcasting on Twitter or Facebook, if we go dark, look for live updates there. We apologize. I'm not sure any of us expected extra innings tonight.
One out on the board for the Raiders. Brooklyn Plummer up to bat for the Mustangs.
I can't wait to talk to Mama Hardenberger after this game to see what her thoughts are on Peyton coming back out in the 2nd game to pitch in relief after maybe being a little cold. But, again, she's doing what gamers do, doing what elite pitchers do. Mustangs trying to break through. Again, they'd love nothing more than to win this game. It'd be just a little bit even more sweeter if they can manage to scratch a run across. a talent like Hardenberger to actually get that win against her as well.
1-0 count for Plummer. Make that 2-0.
So Hardenberger essentially pitching her 9th inning of the night with about a 4-hour gap in between. So it'd be kind of like a starter going 7 innings and having a rain delay and coming back out and trying to do 2 more.
So you missed strike 1 for Plummer.
I guess this shows the level of importance that Wamego feels that this game is, that, you know, willing to risk that coming back out as opposed to leaving in the starter. Good foul back there by Plummer.
2-2 count now for Plummer. 1 out. Here's the top of the 8th.
Might have to add the sweatshirt here pretty soon.
I know, I was going to say.
So we approach the 9 o'clock hour. Oh, is that catcher interference? So going to be a swing and a miss. Guess it was off the catcher. I feel like Hardenberger will get credit for the strikeout, but it's going to be a drop ball, drop third strike, and then an error on the throw to first base to allow Plummer.
It's 1 runner in scoring position for the Mustangs.
Sound like she caught a little piece of that. Wonder if it's hard for the catcher to catch Adams all night and to switch back to Hardenberger after you've kind of gotten adjusted to Adams. And an Adams was probably getting tired, so the velocity was down. All of a sudden you come back in.
Right.
Then you got to deal with the fastballs and rise balls and things like that.
Be strike 2.
So Allie Jones, your hitter. Ridinghouse is on deck. I'm sure she wouldn't mind a chance to hit another 240-footer.
High fly ball down first base. Be foul.
Pretty good contact there with 2 strikes. You know, it's hard to say a pitcher's been challenged when they've got 21 strikeouts on the night, but I really feel like the Mustangs have put some pretty decent at-bats. They just never was able to break through with an actual hit. That is a dinger. That is long gone. That's a 240-foot shot by Allie Jones off of Peyton Hardenberger. Mustangs taking a 2-0 lead on the Allie Jones crushed pitch.
That was a bomb.
Sorry, I probably jumped on your call there. I got super excited about that.
I was actually reaching for my glove. I was contemplating reaching for my glove, taking off my headset, running to catch that one. Because, I mean, that's the closest one we've had all night.
That is, and yeah, that was an absolute bomb. You had to know the way Hardenberger throws, as hard as she throws, I mean, just making contact, the ball's going to go. But with 2 strikes, credit Allie Jones. Great swing, got a great look at that pitch, and absolutely drove it deep to left field. No doubter off the bat. So here we are, Mustangs, top of the 8th, taking a 2-run lead on a 2-run homer off of Peyton Hardenberger. Again, this is another reason why probably not too happy about coming back in a release situation. This is a player that probably only gave up 2 or 3 runs all of last year right there. 2-run home run in a relief appearance. Hardenberger has not lost a game in high school. Could potentially be on the hook for a 2-run loss right here. But
I did it.
Hey, look at that. Isaiah updated the score without
Pressed the wrong one first, but, you know.
without
It's all right. We don't talk about it.
without shutting down the broadcast or anything
no
else.
kidding. That's my biggest fear. I was like, oh, this button should do it, and then everything just goes black. I don't know what I would have done. I probably just would have walked home, left the car here.
0-2's your count to Aislinn Rottinghouse.
So it'll be 2 outs now for the Raiders. Eve McComb up to bat.
Well, the monitor we're looking at
It
says
says
0%, so we
But it's still working.
we may not be able to see what you folks are seeing here in a minute. Eve McCone chasing one high out of the zone. Strike one. Be very curious to see if Aislinn Rottinghouse comes out to try to finish out this game.
Got to think her pitch count might be a little high, too, as well.
Her pitch count's a little bit high. She's been a little bit wild. I think maybe even once again, can Castle be ready to come in and try to get a save in this situation? So be interesting to see. And there goes our monitor.
There goes the monitor. Sitting about 15% on the battery back up here.
So hopefully we can stay with you folks. Exciting times here in the extra innings. Rock Creek Mustangs here at the Wamego Raiders. Hey, our monitor's
It's
back. We're still at 0%.
Still 0%, but you know, we'll take it. We'll take it.
0-2. 1-2 is your count.
Without this monitor, Judd and I have to rely on our eyes, and no one wants that. Swing and miss, strike 3 for McComb. We will head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Mustangs lead by 2. See if they can halt the run of the Raiders here, who had a pretty good last at-bat.
Yeah, and so, Mustangs had struggled a little bit with errors and mistakes. Dropped third strike, and an error allowed Plummer to stay on to keep that inning alive, really. And then Allie Jones with the absolute crush of a 2-run homer to left field. It was a no-doubter. Folks, we're about 20, 25 feet behind the fence. That ball was a good 15 feet over our head when it went over.
Well, the crazy thing about it, too, is as soon as she made contact, you knew it was gone.
Yeah.
Like, there was no way that ball was going to be in play.
Nope, that was a no-doubter. So
That was a for the people that, have played, like, NFL Street and NBA Street, that was a game breaker, if you will.
Game breaker. Yeah, so Aislinn Rottinghouse back in the circle here in the bottom of the 8th. She's currently sitting at about 136 pitches, so that just gives you an idea how much more a fast pitch pitcher can throw at the high school level versus a high school baseball pitcher. So Mustangs need to clean it up right here, right now. Defense needs to be a factor.
That home run could have been brought to you by you. Flexible ad packages available here at Backroads Broadcasting. Contact sales at brbc.live or any of our social medias. Whether it be X, YouTube,
Absolutely.
Threads, Facebook, Instagram, and from the TikTok guru himself, Judd McCormick there as well.
Yeah, and how fantastic would that ad have been as that ball was yard? How good does your yard look? If you want to look better, contact this landscape company.
There's a lot of good ones out there.
First pitch strike there for Aislinn Rottinghouse on the number 9 hitter, Ulrich. Then we're going to be back to the top of the lineup. Danger zone really for the Mustangs right here. Raiders need 2 to keep it alive, need 3 to win.
1-1 count. Swinging to miss, strike 2. And, when Asa Rottinghouse started this game, pitches were a little wild, but she's got it under control here and really has dug deep for the Mustangs.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be pretty impressed with the freshman. Based off the start, it really kind of wondered at one point in time how long she's going to be able to last in this game. But here we are on pitch 140, bottom of the 8th inning with a 2-run lead against the 4A defending state champions. Kind of an interesting spot for a freshman to be in. Great spot for the Mustangs to be in, regardless of the outcome. Got to be super pumped and super happy for this team and how they're playing.
That'll be strike 3. Rottinghouse gets the first out of the inning. And, when we saw this game on the schedule, we knew that these teams were going to compete, First game, Wamego kind of ran away with it, but Mustangs did well to battle back here in the second game of the evening.
Yeah, and we talked about a lot of the positives in the first game, too. I mean, yeah, Hardenberger had 18 strikeouts. She did her thing, played her game. But, for a lot of that game, Mustangs were keeping them in check with the score as well. And, it wasn't a comfortable lead, I don't think, for really Wamego until about the 5th inning, bottom of the 5th inning, where they put up a couple more runs. But they went all 9, which is sometimes a rarity. That the Raiders have had to go 9 innings, especially last year. They probably only had to do it against 2 or 3 teams in the area. So, earlier in the week, Hardenberger probably only pitched 4 innings in a dominant first game win. So close pitch there, but moves the count 3-0 on Hardenberger.
Be a hard base hit out in the left field. It'll be a single for Hardenberger.
She was not taken all the way. So 3-0 count. She had the green light, drove it right back between short and third for a single. Tying run at the plate, number 20, Schultz. Hardenberger will be running for herself at first base. Already used a substitution to bring in a pitch runner in the 7th, which ended up paying off.
0-2 count. The pitch tracking into the inside there for Rottinghouse.
Yeah, so we're looking at unofficially about pitch 148 right there.
Staying alive.
Looks to me like she's still bringing the heat, too.
Yeah.
Again, you got to keep the ball in front. Don't want to let Hardenberger advance to second in the scoring position on a pass ball or a wild pitch. That's been kind of the Achilles heel of this game for the Mustangs, really.
Nice stop by Plummer. Fires over to second. Got her. That'll be 2 outs for the Mustangs. Nice play by Plummer. Throws out Hardenberger at second base. Almost had the double play there for the Mustangs. One more out for the Mustangs here.
The important thing is you got the lead runner as well, so you kept that runner off a scoring position. But now you got McCarthy coming up to bat, number 3 hitter. She's got a walk, a single to right field, popped out to shortstop, and flew out to right field on the error that allowed them to score the tying run in the 7th. So big talk right here.
So here on the Backroads broadcast, we do love interacting with the viewers. If you guys are enjoying the broadcast, let us know what you think and let us know when you're watching from.
Do we know anybody that flies planes that would like to sponsorship fly balls, home runs?
Man,
Another wild pitch there.
I think we could probably find a guy for that.
Wonder if he just started listening in. Anyways, recap. 9-7 lead. Mustangs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 outs. Runner on second base now after that wild pitch. Ooh, that's a foul ball. Ooh.
1-1 count, 2 outs on the board. Just joining us here, electric night of softball here. Raiders won the first game 6-0. Mustangs battled back in the second. We're in extra innings here at the bottom of the 8th. Isaiah Dobbins, Judd McCormick here on the Backroads broadcast.
McCarthy keeps pushing the ball out to the right side. That could be it. That's it.
McCombs snags it.
Foul ball out to the right side, caught by Eve McCombs.
And Mustangs split with the defending 4A champs.
Not only that, but they just handed Peyton Hardenberger her first loss as a high school pitcher, as a junior, went undefeated both as a freshman and as a sophomore, basically averaging under a run a game, brought in relief. I told you it was going to be a struggle, probably not the best thing in the world to do for her. But, hey, Mustangs come out. Again, they weren't distracted. They weren't upset. They weren't bothered by it. They knew they wanted it. They weren't intimidated by it. And Allie Jones comes through with a 2-run home run to put the Mustangs up 9-7 in the top of the 8th. And then the Mustangs hold on. Outstanding win, incredible win for the Mustangs.
All that and 13% on the battery to go, Judd. So
13%. Well, we got plenty of time to talk about stuff.
We got a good 2-hour post game that we could do right now, you know.
So Mustangs winning this 9-7, got 9 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors. Wamego 7 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors. And really, to be honest, we talked about it throughout the game. Mustangs got the runs when they needed, but it really shouldn't even have been that close of a game. Had some mistakes, had a drop ball, had a bobble, had a missed throw, had some wild pitches. All in all, I think if you go back and look at this, only 2 errors on the books, but really probably about 5 or 6 major mistakes that led to about 4 runs for the Raiders. So, this is early season. It's 1 loss for Wamego. No reason to panic. We talked about it before. Peyton Hardenberger's an elite pitcher. Having to come back in after being sitting on the side for 4 hours playing third base, it's not easy for anybody, even an elite pitcher. That was proven right then and there. They could not get a hit off of her in the first game, finally came in. The big question mark is, this young pitcher, how is she going to bounce back? That's her first loss. Not a huge deal. It's early in the season. Again, Wamego is probably my pick for 4A state because once they get there, they got to win 3 games.
Exactly.
I don't see anybody other than her pitching those 3 games. And it's a different situation. You're coming in as a starter versus, a relief pitcher. Completely different situation. So, they suffer a loss on the season. Again, it's a rivalry. It's the first loss or the first win the Mustangs have had against the Raiders since, what did we say earlier, 2015.
Yep.
So, rivalry's been kind of dominated by Wamego. Rock Creek basically comes out of here, steals a win tonight, even though they had plenty of mistakes. But I was talking about it. How much more sweeter will it be if they actually get a win off of the absolute most dominant pitcher in 4A, if not the state, even though it is in a relief situation. Not ideal for her to have to come back in for that, but Mustangs took advantage of the situation. Wamego's going to have to kind of learn how they're going to handle that.
Yep. And for the Mustangs, look to build upon this. Battle-tested, as I would say, as they bounce back with a big win here in the second game.
Yeah, so we normally don't talk about players of the game or give any early awards, but I guess you got to give that one to Allie Jones, kind of redeeming herself on the error that let the Raiders tie it in the 7th, even pushing in the extra innings, comes through with a 2-run home run. Totally redeems herself. Nobody cares about the error now, but good job by Allie Jones there with the 2-run dinger off of Peyton Hardenberger for the 9-7 win for the Rock Creek Mustangs.
So split matchup here this evening.
Yeah, so that'll probably wrap things up here. I'm glad everybody stayed tuned. We got about 12% battery, so we managed to make it through this whole broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I want to thank our fans for dropping in, sticking with us all night because of your continued support. Backroads Broadcasting wants to and keeps being able to bring the action home to you. I want to thank our production team, Cody Lyman, Cody Roach, for their expertise on cameras and graphics.
And I just want to read this comment before we go. Shout out to Jenica Turnbull, MVP, honorable mention, the battery packs. I would agree.
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, battery pack stuck with it to the very, very end there.
The Backroads team is currently scheduled to be back in action on April 2nd, back at the Rock when the Rock Creek Lady Mustangs host the Abilene Cowgirls for a softball doubleheader starting around 4:20 with pregame. Thank you for spending your evening with us. Drop us a line and let us know what you think.
We want to thank everybody for tuning in. Please tune in Tuesday night for that Abilene game with tonight's win over the Wamego Raiders. Coach Jerry Brummett is sitting at 299 wins. Hopefully we can pick up win 300. Be there. Watch it right here live on Backroads Broadcasting. See if we can see Jerry pick up her 300th win and celebrate that win with her in the Rock Creek Mustangs. Thank you for tuning in tonight. As always, I am Judd McCormick.
I'm Isaiah Dobbins. We got to go for now, but we'll BRB.